अगर ये वीडियो पूरी एक सिटिंग में नहीं देख सकते, तो forget UPSC. That is the challenge on the thumbnail. But here is the truth behind it. Watching a long video does not make you serious. Filling a notebook while you watch, confronting the facts you would rather avoid, and changing what you do tomorrow morning, that is seriousness. UPSC will not ask whether you enjoyed a motivational edit. It will ask whether you can read a rule precisely when one date can cancel an attempt. Whether you can distinguish a familiar option from a correct option under negative marking. Whether you can turn a year of news into a 200-word answer in 7 minutes. Whether you can keep working after a mock score damages your confidence. And whether the plan survives your actual life, college, a 10-hour job, night duty, a child at home, weak English, low bandwidth, little money, a disability, a previous failure, or one attempt left. So do not use this video as background noise. Take a blank notebook. Write 4 headings: eligibility, baseline, resources, and calendar. Under eligibility, we will calculate whether you can legally enter the cycle. Under baseline, we will diagnose general studies, CSAT and writing instead of guessing. Under resources, we will freeze a small source stack instead of collecting an infinite one. Under calendar, we will build the route that your time and money can actually sustain. This is not a marathon list of book names. It is an operating system from form to interview. We will open the 2026 notification and the new application architecture. We will separate a URN from an application number. We will show why a live photograph, a 3-signature image, a certificate date or an unverified payment can end a candidature before knowledge is ever tested. We will map every paper and every mark. We will examine 15 complete prelims GS1 papers, 1,500 questions from 2011 through 2025, and place the older 2006 to 2010 era beside them without pretending the two formats are identical. We will show yearly subject counts, nested topic counts, recent 5-year movement, and the limits of forecasting. Then the same exam will be rebuilt for different people. Asha has intermittent data and cannot move to Delhi. Arjun has a software job and thinks resigning is proof of commitment. Mariam writes well but is close to failing CSAT. Meera is a doctor whose duty roster destroys fixed timetables. Kabir missed prelims narrowly and wants to buy more content. Nandini needs an accessibility workflow tested long before exam day. These are composite teaching cases, not fake toppers. When their decisions differ, you will see exactly why. If you complete the checkpoints, you will produce 5 outputs: an eligibility and document audit, a 7-day diagnostic, a control source list, a weekly production contract, and a 12-week decision date. You will know what prelims really rewards, why CSAT can eliminate a knowledgeable candidate, how mains converts knowledge into marks, how to choose a medium and optional without romance, how to prepare the interview stage profile often called the DAF, and how to decide whether coaching, relocation or resignation is rational for you. No video can guarantee selection. No honest creator can put every changing fact on the internet into one permanent file. What this course can do is cover the major consequential decisions supported by the official process and this evidence base, show the official source for volatile rules, publish the analysis behind the weighted charts, and leave you with a system that can be updated when the next notification arrives. One more warning. This course was verified through 12 July 2026. By that date, Prelims 2026 and its result were already over. If you did not apply or did not qualify, this video cannot create a backdoor into that cycle. It will route you to the next notified cycle. If you qualified and completed the mandatory main stage submission, your timetable is radically different. The first chapter will make that branch explicit. Now write the date at the top of the page. Put your phone on Do Not Disturb. The first test is not endurance. It is whether you are willing to replace your imagined UPSC journey with the real one. Here is how to use this complete masterclass. First, do not copy every sentence. The full transcript, source audit, 20-year data and workbook belong in the companion package. Your notebook is only for decisions and errors. Second, pause at every checkpoint. A 60-second exercise may take you 10 minutes. That is not falling behind, that is a course working. If you are watching in one sitting, mark unfinished exercises with a red square and complete them within 24 hours. Third, separate facts from choices. An age cutoff, number of attempts, qualifying mark or application step is an official fact. Whether you should leave a job, pay for coaching, choose anthropology or study in English is a personal decision under constraints. We will never disguise a preference as a rule. Fourth, treat all weightage as historical description. A topic that appeared 10 times last year is not promised 10 questions next year. The syllabus defines the field. Previous questions reveal the language and recurring demands. Your plan needs both. Fifth, use the route badges. Student, working professional, full-time aspirant and repeater are the base routes. Add your flags, CSAT risk, writing risk, budget limit, medium transition, low bandwidth and accessibility need. Whenever advice changes for a flag, the badge will appear. The progress bar at the top is not a decoration. It shows which of 4 questions has been answered. Can you apply? What exactly must you study? What should you refuse to buy or quit? What do you do tomorrow morning? We will not tick a box until the video has given you a usable answer. Open the workbook to page 1. The next chapter begins with the date that divides every viewer into a different route. Before we discuss eligibility, books, attempts, or even the meaning of IAS, we need one brutally simple fact. As of 12 July 2026, the Civil Services Preliminary Examination 2026 is already over. The actual notification came on 4th February 2026. UPSC's current examination page records the final application deadline as 27th February 2026 at 6 p.m. Prelims was held on 24th May. The roll number result came on 15th June, and the name-wise result followed on 18th June. So, how do I enter UPSC circa 2026 now has different answers for different viewers. If you cleared Prelims 2026 and also completed the mandatory main stage submission during the official window from 19 to 28 June, your active destination is CS Mains 2026. The written papers are scheduled for 21, 22, 23, the 29th and 30th August 2026. Your admit card, venue and any later commission notice remain controlling. If your roll number was in the prelims result but you did not log in, reconfirm the required details, submit the mains form and complete payment where applicable during that June window. The rules are unambiguous, merely appearing in the result did not preserve your place. That stage submission was mandatory for generation of the e-admit card. If you wrote prelims but did not qualify, your CS 2026 path has ended. If you did not submit the original application, you cannot enter the cycle after the event. In both cases, you must target the next properly notified cycle. UPSC's Annual Calendar 2027, uploaded on 20th May 2026, projects the CS 2027 notification for 13th January, the application deadline for 2nd February, prelims for 23rd May, and mains to begin on 20th August 2027. Those are official planning dates, but the calendar itself says they may change. The future CS 2027 notice and any corrigendum will be the operative authority. And if you are watching this much later, pause the video. Open the current notice on the official UPSC website shown on screen. Replace every 2026 date with the date in your own notice. Rules can change. One small discrepancy also teaches a large lesson. The notice PDF, printed 24th February 2026 as the original closing date. UPSC's later examination page records 27th February at 6 p.m. as a final application deadline. The application is closed under either date. But the notice separately tied the 2026 OBC non-creamy layer and EWS certificate timing to 24th February. Unless a specific official order says otherwise, never assume that an application extension silently extended every certificate cutoff. In UPSC, a date is not decoration. It is part of eligibility. UPSC is the Union Public Service Commission, a constitutional commission created under Part 14 of the Constitution, beginning with Article 315. It conducts examinations and performs recruitment-related functions for the Union. The Civil Services Examination, or CSE, is one of those examinations. UPSC does not run a private course, does not sell a seat, and does not promise to everyone World Health Organization clears a stage. The examination is a common competitive route to multiple services and posts. UPSC conducts the process, evaluates candidates, and recommends names. The government ultimately allocates a service using rank, category, final vacancies, the preferences a candidate actually submitted, medical suitability, eligibility, and the applicable allocation rules. This distinction matters because UPSC cleared is not one single event. There is prelims qualification. There is mains written qualification. There is a personality test. There is a final recommendation. Then there are document checks, medical findings, service and cadre allocation, character and antecedent processes, training and joining. A candidate may be successful at one point and still fail to complete the next mandatory step. For CSAT 2026, the notice listed 23 participating services and posts: Indian Administrative Service, Indian Foreign Service, Indian Police Service, Indian Audit and Account Service, Indian Civil Account Service, Indian Corporate Law Service, Indian Defence Account Service, Indian Defence Estate Service, Indian Information Service, Indian Postal Service, Indian Post and Telecommunication Accounts and Finance Service, 3 streams of the Indian Railway Management Service, Traffic, Personnel and Accounts, Indian Railway Protection Force Service, Indian Revenue Service, Customs and Indirect Taxes, Indian Revenue Service, Income Tax, Indian Trade Service, Armed Forces Headquarters Civil Service, DANIX, DANIPS, Pondicherry Civil Service, and Pondicherry Police Service. Do not reduce this list to IAS, IPS, IFS, and rest. Each service has different work, controlling authority, field structure, training, medical suitability, and career pattern. The service list can also change by cycle, so the notice for your year is the master list. The original 2026 notice estimated approximately 933 vacancies. A later official PIB release referred to 1,016 notified vacancies. The honest formulation is that the official count evolved during the cycle. Neither number should be presented as a guaranteed final service-wise and category-wise allocation table. Form vacancies and allocation details can change as government requisitions are finalized. Legally, the rules describe the successive stages, preliminary, and main, with the main stage containing the written examination and the interview or personality test. Operationally, it is easiest to see 3 competitive gates surrounded by administrative gates. Gate 1 is the Civil Services Preliminary Examination. It contains 2 objective papers, each of 200 marks and 2 hours. General Studies Paper 1 supplies the competitive screening score. General Studies Paper 2, commonly called CSAT, is qualifying at 33%. Both papers are compulsory. Prelims marks do not enter the final rank. Gate 2 is the Written Civil Services Main Examination. It contains 9 conventional, descriptive papers. 2 are qualifying language papers. 7 contribute to rank, essay, 4 general studies papers and 2 papers of 1 optional subject. The merit-bearing written total is 1,750 marks. Gate 3 is the interview or personality test, worth 275 marks, with no minimum qualifying mark prescribed for the interview itself. The final competitive total is therefore 2,025, 1,750 written plus 275 interview. Now the administrative gates. First, the original online application. Second, the mandatory 10-day post-prelims window for candidates declared qualified. Third, the mandatory 15-day post-mains written result window for interview qualified candidates. Fourth, original document scrutiny. Fifth, medical examination. Sixth, service and cadre preference processing, recommendation, allocation and joining. UPSC repeatedly uses one-word candidates overlook, provisional. Your account may be accepted provisionally. Your admit card may be issued provisionally. You may sit prelims, clear prelims, write mains and even receive an interview call provisionally. None of those steps is a final certification that your date of birth, degree, category, number of attempts, nationality, disability claim or identity is valid. If a claim fails when the original record is scrutinized, candidature can still be cancelled. That is why form filling is not clerical work separate from preparation. It is the first compliance paper of the examination. There are no marks for getting it right, but there can be total disqualification for getting it wrong. Before creating an account, answer 5 questions with documents, not memory. First, does your nationality permit the services you want? IAS, Indian Foreign Service, and IPS have a stricter citizenship rule than the remaining services. Second, what is your age on the statutory cutoff date, 1st August 2026? Not on the day you apply. Not on prelims day. Not at interview. Third, how many attempts have you actually consumed? An attempt is tied to physical appearance in at least one prelims paper, not merely filling a form. Fourth, do you hold, or can you validly use the provisional route toward a recognized graduate or equivalent qualification? Fifth, if you claim O, B, C, E, W, S, S, C, S, T, P, W, B, D, ex-serviceman status, age relaxation, scribe or compensatory time, do you satisfy the substantive rule and possess the prescribed evidence by the required date? Notice the pattern. Every answer has a cutoff, a definition and a document. My college said it is fine, my caste appears in a state list, my result will probably come, I only wrote CSAT, or the bank deducted the fee, are not legal answers. Each can be factually true and still fail the UPSC rule. Also separate eligibility from competitiveness. The notice prescribes no minimum graduation percentage. A candidate with an ordinary recognized bachelor's degree may be eligible. That does not mean the candidate is prepared. Conversely, a postgraduate or gold medalist can be ineligible because of age, attempts, nationality, or a defective certificate. Educational prestige cannot cure an eligibility defect. For the Indian Administrative Service, Indian Foreign Service and Indian Police Service, the 2026 rule is direct. The candidate must be a citizen of India. For the other participating services and posts, the permitted nationality categories are wider. They include a citizen of India, a subject of Nepal, a subject of Bhutan, a Tibetan refugee. World Health Organization came to India before 1 January 1962 with the intention of permanent settlement, and a person of Indian origin. World Health Organization migrated from specified countries with the intention of permanent settlement in India. Those specified countries are Pakistan, Burma, now Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Kenya, Uganda, the United Republic of Tanzania, Zambia, Malawi, Zaire, Ethiopia, and Vietnam. But there is an operational condition. A candidate in the non-citizen categories requiring a Government of India certificate of eligibility may be allowed to sit the examination, yet cannot receive an offer of appointment until that certificate is issued. So admission to the exam and authority to appoint are not the same thing. If this is your case, do not rely on a generic internet summary. Read the exact nationality clause in your cycle's gazette and notice, then obtain written guidance through the official channel. Service preference must be compatible with nationality. A high rank cannot override the citizenship requirement for IAS, IFS, or IPS. For CS 2026, age is calculated on 1st August 2026. A general category or EWS candidate had to have attained 21 years but not attained 32 years on that date. Converted into date of birth, the ordinary eligible interval is from 2nd August 1994 through 1st August 2005, both dates included. The lower limit matters as much as the upper limit. Someone turning 21 on 2nd August 2026 is one day too young for this cycle. Someone born on 1st August 2005 has attained 21 on the cutoff and is within the ordinary interval. The basic upper age relaxations are these. S, C, and S, T receive up to 5 years. O, B, C candidates eligible for central reservation receive up to 3 years. Eligible defense services personnel disabled in operations during hostilities or a disturbed area and released as a consequence may receive up to 3 years. Eligible ex-servicemen, including specified commissioned officers, emergency commissioned officers and short service commissioned officers. World Health Organization satisfy the service and release conditions, may receive up to 5 years. P, W, B, D candidates may receive up to 10 years. This produces the commonly quoted upper age limit labels before other valid cumulative provisions, general or E, W, S, 32, O, B, C, 35, S, C, or S, T, 37, P, W, B, D, General or E, W, S, 42, P, W, B, D, O, B, C, 45, P, W, B, D, S, C, or S, T, 47. These labels do not mean a candidate may already have attained that upper limit age on 1st August, the exact date of birth interval under the rules not attained wording controls. Do not treat the labels as a universal mem. Relaxations operate only if the exact category and documentary conditions are satisfied. S, C, S, T, and O, B, C. Relaxation may be cumulative with applicable P, W, B, D, or specified ex-serviceman relaxation. The ex-service clauses are detailed. Simply having worked in the armed forces does not automatically prove the relaxation. For date of birth proof, UPSC relies on the date recorded in the matriculation, secondary school or equivalent certificate issued before the application. A later affidavit, horoscope, municipal extract or service record is not a convenient substitute for changing the claimed birth date. Once the date is recorded for the examination, a later request to change it is ordinarily not entertained. Practical exercise: write your date of birth exactly as it appears on the matriculation certificate. Write the 1st August 2026 cutoff. Apply only the relaxation you can document. If the result is borderline by 1 day, do not round, interpret or take a chance. Ask UPSC through the official help channel before submission. For CSAT 2026, General and EWS, candidates ordinarily have 6 attempts, subject to age. OBC, candidates have 9. SC and ST, candidates have unlimited attempts within the applicable age limit. PWBD, candidates in general, WS or OBC categories have 9 attempts, while PWBD candidates World Health Organization RSC or ST have unlimited attempts within age. Now the detail that prevents incorrect self-reporting. Creating an account does not consume an attempt. Generating AURN does not. Submitting the application does not. Downloading the e-admit card does not. Reaching the venue but remaining absent from both papers does not. An attempt is consumed if you physically appear in at least one of the 2 prelims papers. If you write General Studies Paper 1 and skip CSAT, an attempt is used. If you skip Paper 1 but write CSAT, an attempt is used. If you appear and your candidature is later cancelled or you are found ineligible, the appearance still counts. There is a second, different rule. For your prelims result to be evaluated, you must appear in both compulsory papers. Therefore, one paper appearance can give you the worst possible combination: the attempt is consumed, but the candidature is not evaluated as a complete prelims appearance. Maintain a year-by-year attempt ledger. For each year, record whether you appeared in Paper 1, Paper 2, both, or neither, your roll number, and the proof you retained. Do not trust a vague memory such as, "I went but left early," or "I only signed attendance." If you appeared, count it. The candidate bears responsibility for truthful attempt history. Concealment or false declaration can lead to cancellation, debarment and, in serious cases, prosecution. The academic requirement is a graduate degree from a university incorporated by a central or state law, an institution established by an Act of Parliament, an institution declared deemed to be university under Section 3 of the UGC Act, or another qualification recognized as equivalent. The CSAT 2026 notice does not prescribe a minimum graduation percentage. It does not prescribe a preferred stream. A recognized degree in arts, science, commerce, engineering, medicine, law or another discipline can satisfy the academic gate. Distance or professional programs are not accepted merely because they are called degrees. Recognition and equivalence are what matter. Candidates whose qualifying result is awaited, World Health Organization are in the final stage, or World Health Organization intend to appear in the qualifying examination may use the provisional route if the rule permits and they are otherwise eligible. But provisional does not mean indefinite. If called for the personality test, they must produce or upload valid proof that the qualifying result has actually been declared within the specified interview stage window. A degree certificate, final mark sheet or provisional degree can serve when it validly proves declaration. "My university will issue it soon" is not proof. For M, B, BS, or an equivalent medical qualification, a candidate World Health Organization has passed the final professional examination but not yet completed the compulsory rotating internship may receive provisional admission under the stated conditions. By the interview stage, the candidate must produce the proof demanded by the rule, including completion of the degree requirements or internship as applicable. If your institution, program, foreign qualification, distance mode or result status creates any doubt, do not ask only whether graduates are allowed. Ask the precise question: which authority recognizes this qualification, what final document will exist by the UPSC deadline, and does the official rule treat it as equivalent? Preserve the recognition and result evidence. If you have already been appointed or allocated a service through an earlier civil services examination, stop treating yourself as an ordinary first-time candidate. The 2026 rules contain special restrictions and a one-time reappearance framework. A person already appointed to and continuing as a member of IAS or the Indian Foreign Service from an earlier examination cannot appear in CS 2026. If such an appointment takes effect after prelims but before mains, the candidate cannot sit mains. If it occurs after mains begins but before the result, the candidate cannot be considered for appointment through CS 2026. A candidate previously selected or appointed to IPS cannot opt for or be reallocated to IPS again through CS 2026. The 2026 framework also addresses a candidate allocated IPS or a central group a service through CS 2026. World Health Organization wishes to make a further attempt. The one-time route to CS 2027 depends on Rule 12 conditions involving training exemption, the foundation course, joining and cancellation of allocation. It is not a general permission to keep the service safely while attempting forever. The rule further restricts appearance in CS 2028 or later without resigning from the allocated service. For candidates allocated a service through CS 2025 or an earlier examination, the 2026 rules provide a one-time choice to appear in either CS 2026 or CS 2027, if otherwise eligible, without first resigning. Later appearance can require resignation. These provisions carry career consequences. A one-line video summary cannot decide whether you should seek training exemption, join, not join, resign or risk automatic cancellation. Read Rule 12 in full and obtain written guidance from UPSC, DPT and the relevant cadre controlling authority before acting. This is one of the few places where I followed what a topper said is especially dangerous. Selecting S, C, S, T, O, B, C, W, S, P, W, B, D, or ex-servicemen in the portal does not create the benefit. The candidate must satisfy the legal definition and possess the prescribed certificate, in the prescribed central government format, from a competent authority, within the relevant time condition. For O, B, C, being listed as backward in a state list is not automatically enough. The community must be in the central list for the relevant state or union territory, and the candidate must meet the non-creamy layer requirement. For the 2026 claim, the notice refers to income and wealth status for financial years 2022 to 23, 2023 to 24 and 2024 to 25. The O, B, C, non-creamy layer certificate had to be issued on or after 1st April 2025 and, under the notice's express wording, no later than 24th February 2026. For E, W, S, the 2026 income and asset certificate was based on financial year 2024 to 25. It likewise had to be issued on or after 1st April 2025 and no later than the 24th February date stated in the notice, in the prescribed format and by a competent authority. Remember the discrepancy explained at the beginning. UPSC's examination page later records 27th February as the application deadline, but the certificate wording in the notice explicitly uses 24th February. Do not silently extend the certificate date unless UPSC published a specific order doing so. For SC and ST, the community status must correspond to the applicable constitutional or central notification and be supported by the prescribed competent authority certificate. A private doctor's note cannot establish PWBD. An employer identity card cannot establish ex-serviceman relaxation. A generic state format paper may not meet a central format claim. The safe operational rule is that category is locked when the examination application is finally submitted. Ordinarily, you cannot later switch from general to OBC, OBC to EWS, one reserved community category to another, or one PWBD subcategory to a more favorable one. A missing or invalid certificate is not normally cured by obtaining a new one after the cutoff. There are narrow exceptions in the rules, for example, specified situations involving later inclusion of a community, or a person World Health Organization acquires a qualifying benchmark disability during the examination process. Treat these as formal exceptions requiring evidence and commission action, not as correction windows. Disability rules are often compressed into 1%. That creates errors because 3 different questions are being answered. Question 1. Does the candidate satisfy the benchmark disability or other legal condition for a reservation claim? Question 2. Does the candidate qualify for a scribe, compensatory time, large font paper or assistive device? Question 3. Is the candidate's disability category identified as suitable for a particular service, and can the candidate meet that service's functional and medical requirements? A yes to one is not automatically a yes to all 3. A valid disability certificate showing 40% or more may establish benchmark disability, but service allocation still depends on the service-wise suitability matrix and medical assessment. Multiple disability is claimed under the prescribed multiple disability category. It is not an invitation to select whichever single category gives the most advantageous service list. For writing facilities, candidates with blindness, both arms affected, or cerebral palsy may use a scribe if desired under the applicable rule. Other candidates with benchmark disability require the prescribed government medical certificate stating that there is a physical limitation in writing and that a scribe is essential. A person with a specified disability below 40% World Health Organization has difficulty in writing may also receive the facility under the applicable government guidelines, but needs the prescribed certification for that route. A general medical note saying, needs help, is not a substitute for the appendix form. A candidate may request a commission-provided scribe or bring an own scribe under the declared option. The scribe must be at least matriculate but must not hold a qualification above the minimum educational qualification of the examination. The required undertaking, scribe details and certificates must be complete. Do not recruit a highly qualified friend first and read the qualification rule later. Eligible candidates receive compensatory time of 20 minutes per hour. In a 3-hour mains paper, that translates into 1 additional hour, subject to official approval and the e-admit card. A scribe and compensatory time are related but not identical facilities. The candidate should verify exactly which accommodations are printed on the admit card. The 2026 notice also provides an operational route for a requested scribe change up to 7 days before the examination. The revised e-admit card for such a change may be issued 3 days before the examination. Follow the current portal and candidate-specific instructions rather than assuming an email request has been accepted. If you are a PWBD candidate, build a service suitability sheet before submitting preferences. Rows should be services. Columns should include the notified disability category, functional classification, physical or medical standard, writing facility and the certificate you hold. This is not pessimism. It prevents a high rank from being paired with an impossible preference list. The CS 2026 Prelims application fee was 100 rupees. All women candidates, SC candidates, ST candidates and PWBD candidates were exempt. OBC or EWS status by itself did not provide a fee exemption. This means, for example, that a male OBC Candidate ordinarily paid the fee unless another exempt category applied. For candidates qualified for mains, a further fee of 200 rupees was payable in the mandatory post-prelims window, with the same women, S, C, S, T, and P, W, B, D exemptions. Official online modes include net banking, Visa, MasterCard or RuPay debit and credit cards, and UPI, as offered by the portal. The fee is non-refundable and cannot be transferred to another examination. The dangerous detail is verification. A bank message saying money was debited is not the same as the UPSC application showing successful payment. A transaction can fail, remain unverified, or be reversed. The candidate must use the portal's payment status or double verification function and confirm that the examination application itself is complete. If payment remains unverified at the deadline, candidature can be rejected even though a bank screenshot shows a debit. For 2026, both the original prelims fee window and the 19 to 28 June main stage window are closed. Never send money to an individual claiming to reopen, correct or push through an application. UPSC introduced a new online application portal in May 2025. For the 2026 cycle, even people registered under the old system had to create their records afresh. The old one-time registration tutorial is not the correct form-filling tutorial for CS 2026. The new architecture has 4 parts. Part 1 is account creation. This establishes the login using an active email address, mobile number, one-time password verification and password. Part 2 is universal registration. The candidate completes the permanent identity, Aadhaar or alternative photo ID, and class 10 or matriculation profiles. When those are locked, the portal generates a universal registration number, or URN. The URN remains common across UPSC examinations. Part 3 is the common application form, or CAF. It contains reusable personal, family, category, disability, address, education, employment, achievements, previous examination, photograph and signature information. Part 4 is the examination-specific application. That is where the candidate selects an active notified examination, locks the CAF for that examination, provides the choices and declarations unique to CSE, pays the fee if required and generates an examination-specific application number. The URN and application number are not interchangeable. URN is a long-term registration identity. Application number changes from examination to examination. Preserve both. The 3 common components can be prepared before a particular exam opens, but the 4th component exists only during the application window stated in the examination notice. Completing account creation, URN, and CAF does not mean you have applied for CSE. A dashboard draft is not a submitted examination application. The best time to solve a document problem is before the portal countdown begins. Create one secure application folder and prepare the following. First, a personal mobile number and email address that you control and expect to retain through the entire cycle. Do not use a cybercafe owner's number, a college email that will expire, or a relative's inbox you cannot access instantly. Second, the identity spelling you will use. Keep the matriculation certificate beside you. Record your full name, date of birth, father's name, mother's name or guardian details exactly as supported by records. If your present name differs from the matriculation name, obtain and scan the Government Gazette or valid name change evidence requested by the portal. Third, the permitted identity document. UPSC strongly advises Aadhaar for easier verification, but the 2026 notice also permits alternative government photo identity, such as voter ID, PAN, passport, driving license or another central or state-issued photo ID as allowed. Use one document with a legible number and keep the original available for the examination. Fourth, the Class 10 or matriculation certificate and board details, board name, roll or certificate number and passing year. Fifth, graduation and institution details, result status and whatever degree proof will be available by the later deadline if you use the provisional route. Sixth, central format category, WS, PW, B, D. Writing limitation, ex-service or age relaxation certificates that your claim actually requires. 7th, your permanent address, correspondence address, parents' addresses, employment history, previous UPSC examination details, achievements and other reusable CAF data. Date should reconcile with documents. If you were employed during a period, do not create an unexplained contradiction in another profile. 8th, the compliant photo, live photo setup and triple signature image that we will prepare step by step. 9th, a payment method and backup method. And 10th, decisions that cannot be improvised at midnight, prelims center, mains center, optional subject, mains answer medium, optional paper medium where applicable, compulsory Indian language, disability facilities and any consent or preference field shown. Store clean originals and portal-sized copies separately. Never override the only high-resolution certificate with a compressed version. Do not send Aadhaar, certificate or login files to unknown form experts through messaging apps. Begin only at the official UPSC online portal. The official online application portal shown on screen. Check the domain yourself. Do not enter credentials through a sponsored search result, shortened link or message promising a correction window. Select account creation. Read the displayed instructions and declaration. Enter an active, unique email address. Verify the one-time password sent to it. Enter an active mobile number and verify its one-time password. Create the password according to the portal's current requirements and store it in a password manager or another secure place. One email or mobile number cannot be casually shared across multiple candidate accounts. Use your own long-term contact details. After account creation, the portal supports login through mobile number and one-time password, email and password, and after universal registration, URN and password, with CAPTCHA as prompted. Use a current version of Chrome, Edge, Firefox or Safari. If the portal behaves strangely, first save whatever can be safely saved, check the official instructions, take a timestamped screenshot without exposing sensitive data, and retry through a supported browser or stable connection. Do not create a second account as the first response to a technical problem. Never share an one-time password, URN, full application number or payment reference in a public group. UPSC staff do not need your password to answer a query. A genuine support request identifies the examination and candidate but does not hand over account control. After login, enter universal registration. The portal requires the permanent profiles in a prescribed sequence. The identity profile records details such as your name, gender, date of birth, father, mother and guardian where applicable. The Aadhaar or photo ID profile records Aadhaar or an allowed alternative identity document. The matriculation profile records the Class 10 board, roll number, year of passing and supporting certificate information. Before the URN exists, the portal permits you to edit these three profiles. Use that freedom. Compare every character against the documents. Pay special attention to spaces, initials, surname order, birth date, gender, parents' names, board name, roll number and identity document number. If the name you currently use differs from the matriculation certificate, follow the portal's name change path. Enter the matriculation name where required and upload the specified gazette or name change evidence. Do not force the preferred spelling into every field and assume an affidavit at interview will repair the mismatch. When you log and submit universal registration, the portal generates the lifetime URN. UPSC describes a one-time facility to update and relog the URN profile. The trap is timing. A later URN change does not flow backward into an examination application already submitted. It applies only to applications submitted after the change and successful relog. Imagine that you submit CSAT with an incorrect identity detail, then correct the URN a week later. The CSAT application does not silently update. That is why the URN review is not merely a preliminary draft review. It is a source record that will feed the exam form. Save the URN securely, but mask it in any tutorial screenshot. A video should never expose a real candidate's URN, Aadhaar number, phone, email, application number, QR code or payment reference. The common application form contains 10 profiles. The official general instructions allow the first 9 to be completed in an order of your choice, while photo and signature comes last. Profile 1 is personal, nationality, religion, mother tongue, domicile, marital status and place of birth, among other details. Profile 2 is parents or guardian. Profile 3 is social category, where the claim and certificate details must agree. Profile 4 is disability, including type, percentage and certificate. Profile 5 is address, including permanent, correspondence and parents' addresses as requested. Profile 6 is education, starting from class 12, diploma or equivalent onward as applicable. It includes qualification status, state or union territory, institution or university, marks or CGPA, and stream. Profile 7 is employment experience, including self-employment, nature of work, employer and income fields where asked. Profile 8 records achievements, distinctions, scholarships, sports, NCC, leadership and interests. Profile 9 records previous UPSC examinations, including exam name, year and roll number. Profile 10 is photograph and signature. The portal lets you save modules, but saved is not locked for an examination. Review the entire CAF as one biography. Nationality in personal must agree with the service eligibility. Category in social category must agree with the certificate. Disability percentage and facility request must agree with the medical form. Education status must agree with the degree route. Employment periods must not contradict other declarations. Prior examination history must reconcile with the attempt ledger. If a cybercafe operator enters the data, the candidate remains responsible. Sit beside the screen. Read each field yourself. Do not let an operator choose no merely to move past a field or upload a standard file from another customer's folder. Log out when finished, clear downloaded copies from the shop computer and change the password if account security was exposed. After completing the CAF, the dashboard can enable examination applications. That still does not mean the CAF data is attached to CSE until you select the examination and lock the CAF for that specific application. The portal's official upload instruction specifies exact file names, formats and size ranges. A file can be genuine and still fail the software because it has the wrong format, file name or size. For a name change affidavit or gazette notification, where applicable, PDF 50 to 300 kilobytes, file name underscore change. For the matriculation or equivalent board certificate, PDF 50 to 300 kilobytes, file name board underscore certificate. For the government photo identity document, JPG 20 to 200 kilobytes, file name ID underscore card. For the caste or community certificate, PDF 50 to 300 kilobytes, file name caste underscore certificate. For the disability certificate, PDF 50 to 300 kilobytes, file name disability underscore certificate. For the writing limitation or PWD.P. WBD recommendation certificate, PDF 50 to 300 kilobytes, file name PW underscore recommendation. For the photograph, JPG 20 to 200 kilobytes, file name photo. For the triple signature image, JPG 20 to 100 kilobytes, file name signature, with the signature image dimension in the official instruction stated as 350 to 500 pixels. Upload only the document the relevant profile and examination asked for. The general upload sheet also lists files used by other UPSC examinations. That does not mean CSE requires every item in that master table at the initial stage. Before uploading, open every file at 100% zoom. Check that all 4 edges are visible, every line is readable, pages are upright, the issuing authority and date are present, and there is no password protection. Merely renaming APNG to .jpg does not convert it. A WhatsApp forwarded scan can be unreadable even when its file size fits. After upload, use the portal preview. The preview, not the file on your computer, shows what UPSC received. If text or a signature is clipped, replace it before locking. The CAF requires 2 photographs and 1 unusual signature file, an uploaded passport-style photograph, a live photograph, and exactly 3 signatures in 1 image. For the uploaded photo, use a recent, clear-color JPG named photo, between 20 and 200 kilobytes. The face must occupy at least 75%, roughly 3/4, of the image. Use a plain white background. Face the camera directly with the head centered, eyes open, both ears visible and a natural expression. Avoid shadows on the face or background, dark or colored glasses, glare on spectacles, hair covering the eyes, a uniform, a dark background, blur or a face cropped out of frame. Do not sign across the photograph. The live photograph is mandatory. It can be captured through the current device's web camera or through the portal's QR flow on a mobile device. Use even front lighting, an eye-level camera and a steady neutral background. The portal matches the live image against the uploaded image. If it detects a mismatch, it may not let the candidate proceed. This is identity verification, not the place for filters, beauty mode or creative angels. Now the triple signature. Take plain white, unrolled paper. Use black ink. Sign your normal signature exactly 3 times vertically, one below another, leaving a clear gap between them. Scan or photograph all 3 as one upright image. Crop enough to remove unnecessary border, but do not clip any stroke. The result must contain exactly 3 signatures, not 1, not 2 and not 4. It must be clear, sharp, well-lit, correctly oriented and free of lines or colored background. Save it in JPG format with the file name signature, between 20 and 100 kilobytes, and follow the stated 350 to 500 pixel dimension requirement. Review the file on the portal. A typed name, initials different from your normal signature, a rotated file, a dark scan, or any signature touching the edge is a rejection risk. Finally, practice the same normal signature you uploaded. At later stages, a completely different signature can create an identity problem. The goal is consistency, not calligraphy. After the CAF is complete, open the Examinations menu and choose Apply for Examination. Select the active Civil Services examination and read that year's notice. The portal then asks you to review and lock the CAF for this examination. The lock button becomes available only after the required profiles have been viewed and the consent box completed. This is the last moment to repair CAF information before it becomes final for that examination. Once locked, the examination-specific application opens. For the 2026 CSAT application, this included choices such as the Prelims Center, Mains Center, Optional Subject, Medium for Mains Answers, Optional Paper Medium where applicable, Compulsory Indian Language, Fee or Exemption, Disability and Scribe Facilities, and other declarations or consent fields displayed by the portal, including the Pratibha Setu or Public Disclosure choice where asked. Do not treat Mains Center, Optional, Medium or Language as placeholders simply because Prelims comes first. The notice provides no general correction, alteration or modification after final submission. Optional subject and medium decisions become part of the later examination record. Paper A, the compulsory Indian language, is ordinarily selected from the 8th scheduled languages. The rules provide a defined exemption for candidates from Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland and Sikkim, and a specified route for eligible P, W, B, D hearing candidates. Do not self-declare an exemption because the paper seems inconvenient. Verify that the official record recognizes it. When a field asks about disability facilities, select only what your certificate and rule support. When a field asks for previous attempts, use the appearance ledger. When a field asks for a center, choose only a city you can realistically reach. When a consent field is optional, understand its consequence before choosing yes or no. UPSC generally allots centers on a first-apply-first-allot basis until capacity is exhausted. The 2026 notice identified capacity exceptions for specified centers and preserved facilities for P, W, B, D candidates, but the practical rule remains, if center choice matters, apply early. UPSC can change a center when circumstances demand, and no general candidate requested center change is allowed after allotment. You must appear at the exact center and venue on the e-admit card. Going to another UPSC venue in the same city does not count. Appearing at an unallotted venue, absent a binding court or tribunal direction, can lead to non-evaluation and cancellation. Before final submit, perform one reconciliation from beginning to end, identity against matriculation and photo ID, age and attempt count, nationality, category and certificate issue date, degree status, prelims and mains centers, optional, all media and language choices, disability facilities, uploaded photo, all 3 signatures, declarations, and fee status. Then submit once. Confirm that payment is successfully verified where required. Confirm that an examination-specific application number and confirmation PDF exist. Download the submitted form and fee receipt, make an encrypted backup, and preserve the registered email and mobile. For CSAT 2026, the notice provided no withdrawal and no addition, deletion, correction, alteration or modification after final submission. Updating the URN later does not repair the submitted form. Filing a second application is not a safe editing method and can create identity and application conflicts. UPSC normally makes the e-admit card available online on the last working day of the week preceding the examination. It is not sent by post or as an email attachment. As soon as it appears, verify the name, photograph, roll number, examination, sessions, center, exact venue, photo ID reference and approve scribe or compensatory time details. Report an error immediately through the official channel. Carry a printed e-admit card and the same original government photo ID used in the application, subject to the card's final instructions. A phone copy is not a solution, because phones are prohibited. Entry closes 30 minutes before every session. Reaching at paper time is late. Build time for traffic, venue search, frisking and mandatory face authentication. Visit the route beforehand if possible. Do not carry a mobile phone, even switched off, pager, smart or digital watch, programmable electronics, Bluetooth device, pen drive, camera, books, bags or prohibited valuables. Venues do not guarantee storage. The UPSC FAQ permits an ordinary wristwatch, but the e-admit card remains final. For objective papers, use the prescribed black ballpoint pen and encode the roll number and booklet series exactly. Multiple or stray marks can damage evaluation. Calculators are prohibited in objective papers. For conventional mains papers, only the calculators expressly allowed by the notice and paper instructions may be used. Programmable devices and exchange are prohibited. Impersonation, forged records, false statements, copying, unauthorized assistance, threatening staff or prohibited electronics can result in cancellation, debarment and criminal action. Prelims has 2 objective papers. General Studies Paper 1, 200 marks, 2 hours. General Studies Paper 2, or CSAT, 200 marks, 2 hours. Both are bilingual in Hindi and English and both are compulsory. CSAT requires at least 33%. After that qualifying condition, UPSC applies the General Studies Paper 1 cutoff it determines. A brilliant GS1 score cannot rescue failed CSAT. Passing CSAT does not compensate for a GS1 score below cutoff. For a wrong answer, 1/3 of the marks assigned to that question is deducted. Marking more than one option is treated as wrong even if one chosen option is correct. A blank response has no negative penalty. Prelims is screening only, none of its marks enter final rank. The rules contemplate roughly 12 to 13 times the vacancy count proceeding to mains. In 2026, the official results shortlisted 13,343 candidates. That number is a cycle fact, not a permanent ratio promise. UPSC states that the 2026 prelims marks, final cutoff and answer keys will be published only after the entire CSAT and Indian Forest Service process concludes. Until then, an unofficial key is an analysis, not the Commission's final answer. Clearing prelims does not automatically generate the mains admit card. The rules provide a mandatory 10-day portal window. For CS 2026, the operational window ran from 19 to 28 June. Qualified candidates had to log in, verify or update only the fields opened by UPSC, submit disability or scribe details where applicable, provide the required home state or cadre preferences, pay ₹200 unless exempt, final submit and download the application. The 2026 mains manual shows the earlier URNCAF educational and prelims details largely in read-only mode. Disability-related facilities could be reviewed or modified where allowed. Payment verification was required. A qualified roll number without this final submission was insufficient. Mains written has 9 descriptive papers. Paper A, 1 selected Indian language, and Paper B, English, carry 300 marks each and are qualifying, ordinarily at 25% each. Their marks do not add to rank, but failure can prevent the merit papers from being counted. The remaining 7 are essay, 4 general studies papers and 2 optional papers, each 250 marks, totaling 1,750. The confirmed 2026 timetable is essay from 9 a.m. to noon on 21st August, GS, 1 in the morning and GS, 2 from 2:30 to 5:30 p.m. on 22nd August, GS, 3 and GS, 4 in those same sessions on 23rd August, Indian language and English on 29th August, and optional paper 1 and paper 2 on 30th August. Venue and reporting instructions come from the e-admit card. After the written mains result, every interview qualified candidate receives a 15-day window to fill, update or reconfirm the fields UPSC opens. The actual 2026 dates were not announced as of 12th July because the written examination had not yet occurred. The form can require degree proof, addresses, higher education, employment, achievements, previous allocation, marital status, disability details, parents' information, debarment or disciplinary facts, earlier examinations and attempts, O, B, C, or RE. W, S, annexures, socioeconomic information, and service or cadre preferences. Even if nothing has changed, the candidate must log in, verify and final submit. Failure means no e-summon and cancellation of progression. This is where a final year candidate must prove that the qualifying degree result has actually been declared within the rules window. Preference order is binding. A candidate is considered only for services actually preferred. If none is selected, the rules warn that the candidate will not be considered for service allocation. A high rank cannot manufacture a missing preference. I, S, and I, P, S, home cadre preferences are submitted when and as officially required. There is no general change of mind window after final submission. UPSC calls roughly twice the number of vacancies for the personality test. It carries 275 marks and has no prescribed minimum qualifying mark. The board has the candidate's career record and uses a directed, natural conversation to assess qualities including mental caliber, alertness, critical assimilation, clear exposition, balance of judgment, depth of interest, social cohesion, leadership, and intellectual and moral integrity. An e-summon does not cure an invalid degree, age, category, attempt or identity claim. Original eligibility records are scrutinized around this stage. Every interview stage candidate undergoes medical examination, not only IPS aspirants. The government assigns the hospital and date. Standards are service-specific. There is no single universal UPSC height and no IPS height rule that can be pasted onto IAS. For illustration, the 2026 Gazette's Police and Indian Railway Protection Force Technical Group lists 165 centimeters for men and 150 centimeters for women and transgender candidates, with specified relaxations for listed groups. The Indian Railway Management Service Technical Group uses different figures. Eyesight, color vision, hearing, chest, mobility and other requirements likewise vary by service and disability suitability. Read the complete Gazette tables before making a preference decision. Bring the records named in the medical communication, prescriptions, spectacles or lenses, hearing or disability aids, certificates, surgery records and photographs as applicable. Complete every station before leaving. The medical report is placed through the dedicated DUPT process. A dissatisfied candidate must appeal online within 7 working days of publication of the report. A late appeal is not entertained. The appellate board's opinion is final under the process. Final competitive marks are the 7 merit-bearing mains papers, totaling 1,750, plus the 275-mark personality test, 2025. Prelims and the 2 qualifying language paper marks are excluded. If final totals are tied, the 2026 rule first compares the combined marks in the common written papers SA and GS 1 through 4 plus the personality test. If still tied, it compares the common written total alone. If still tied, the older candidate ranks higher. A remaining tie is resolved at the Commission's discretion. UPSC recommends. Government allocates. Allocation depends on rank, category, final service-wise vacancies, preferences, medical suitability, eligibility and character verification, plus the rules and policy in force. A final result name does not guarantee IAS, IPS, home cadre or any preferred location. DUPT may publish allocation iterations, reserve list or extended list information. These are gone processes, not automatic upgrades for everyone. After allocation, foundation course, training and joining obligations matter. Ignoring them can cancel an allocation. Before submission, verify date of birth on 1st August, attempt history, nationality, recognized degree route, central category list, certificate format and issue date, P, W, B, D, subcategory, service suitability and exact scribe form. On the portal, use one secure account, verify email and mobile, reconcile identity with matriculation, lock the URN only after character level review, complete every CAF module, upload exact formats and file names, inspect the 75% face photo, live match and exactly 3 vertical signatures. In the CSE form, choose both centers, optional, media, language, facilities and declarations deliberately. Confirm payment verification. Confirm the application number. Save the final PDF and receipt. A saved draft is not a submitted form. At the examination, print the admit card, carry the original registered ID, reach before the 30-minute closure, bring no electronic device, follow OMR instructions and attend both prelims papers. After qualification, complete the 10-day mains window and later the 15-day interview window, even if no data changed. Upload degree proof. Submit preferences. Attend the assigned medical. Read the report promptly and appeal within 7 working days if necessary. The rule underneath every item is simple. Never confuse availability of a button with eligibility, a bank debit with payment verification, an admit card with final approval, or a high rank with unconditional allocation. You now know the full administrative spine of the Civil Services examination. World Health Organization may apply, when an attempt is used, what the new portal locks, why 3 signatures matter, how stage forms control progression, what the papers formally count, and why documents, medical suitability and preferences continue after the interview. But one discipline must survive the video. Use the correct authority in the correct order. The Gazette and examination rules establish the legal framework. The examination notice operationalizes it. A later corrigendum, examination page, result notice or timetable updates the relevant event. The portal manual explains the software. Your e-admit card and e-summon control candidate-specific logistics. This chapter explains CSE 2026 using official material available through 12 July 2026. The mains dates were confirmed. The mains e-admit card upload, written result, interview schedule, medical assignments, final result, final cutoffs, final answer key and final allocation was still pending or candidate-specific. Do not let any edit of this video turn a pending item into a promise. If you are not already in the 2026 cycle, your task is not to search for a late entrance. Use this process to prepare clean records, then read the next cycle's Zone Gazette, notice, corrigenda, portal instructions and admit card before submission. You now know the legal machine. The next question is what the machine has actually asked. This is where most internet weightage videos make 2 mistakes. They mix incompatible errors as if the paper never changed, and they turn yesterday's frequency into tomorrow's prophecy. We will do neither. The old 2006 to 2010 General Studies paper belonged to a different structure. From 2011, CSAT entered and the modern 100-question GS1 series begins. From 2015, GS2 became qualifying at 33%. Mains was fundamentally reorganized in 2013 into essay, 4 General Studies papers and 1 optional subject with 2 papers. A 20-year view is valuable only when those structural breaks remain visible. For 2011 through 2025, the dataset contains every GS1 question, 1,500 unique rows. Every row has a subject, a nested topic and a STEM excerpt. The taxonomy is editorial, not an official UPSC classification, and the methodology is downloadable. For older years where the tagged archive is incomplete, the missing questions remain missing. No number is invented to make a graph look complete. Watch the patterns as ranges, rotations and demands. Then translate them into coverage, revision and tests, not gambling. Most candidates believe they are preparing for subjects: polity, history, economy, environment. But the Union Public Service Commission is not really testing whether you own 7 piles of notes. It is testing whether you can recognize a problem when the label has been removed. A banking question may arrive through a current government decision. A geography question may look like an environmental crisis. A biotechnology question may be wrapped in agriculture. And in mains, a single sentence can demand constitutional logic, administrative realism and ethical judgment at the same time. So let us do something more useful than guessing the next paper. Let us take 20 examination years, from 2006 to 2025, separate to fundamentally different prelims eras, classify 1,500 post-2011 General Studies questions, map 13 years of the present main structure, and ask a harder question: what has UPSC repeatedly rewarded, and what does that evidence justify doing for 2026? The answer is not a secret list of most important topics. The deeper answer is a design language. Once you see it, a paper stops looking like 100 unrelated surprises. You begin to see recurring knowledge systems, changing wrappers, and a stable demand for judgment under uncertainty. Before the numbers, one disclosure. UPSC publishes the papers. It does not publish an official subject label beside every question. The labels in this analysis are therefore editorial, built from official papers, structured question transcripts, and a consistent answerability rule. Each prelims question receives 1 primary subject and 1 nested topic. Not 2. Not 3. If a news event asks about monetary transmission, it goes to economy, not automatically to current affairs. If a species in the news demands ecological knowledge, it goes to environment. Current affairs and international relations is reserved for questions whose main answer base is genuinely international, institutional, diplomatic, or otherwise lacks a stronger static home. That choice matters. If every current wrapper is called current affairs, the category becomes enormous but educationally useless. This analysis asks, what body of knowledge would most directly help a candidate eliminate options? There are also 3 limits. First, the tag 2006 to 2008 legacy corpus is incomplete, and no missing questions have been invented. Second, the 2025 nested topic source uses a different taxonomy, so fine topic-to-topic comparisons at that boundary are less safe than subject-level comparisons. Third, frequency describes the past. It does not create a contractual weightage for 2026. The first lesson from 20 years is structural. Do not draw one smooth trend line across to different exams. From 2006 through 2010, prelims had a general studies objective paper and an optional subject objective paper. Then, in 2011, the optional paper disappeared. 2 common papers arrived, General Studies Paper 1 and General Studies Paper 2, later widely called CSAT. From 2011 through 2014, both papers contributed to preliminary merit. From 2015 onward, CSAT became qualifying at 33%, while GS Paper 1 supplied the competitive cutoff. Even the paper length changes the visual meaning of a raw count. The legacy tag General Studies corpus contains 149 questions for 2006, 145 for 2007, 146 for 2008, then 150 each for 2009 and 2010, 740 tagged items in all. The post-CSAT dataset contains exactly 100 G.S. Paper 1 questions per year from 2011 through 2025, 1,500 questions. Therefore, saying science fell from this many questions to that many without changing the denominator is careless. We compare shares, acknowledge incomplete legacy years, and treat 2011 as an examination design break, not merely the next dot on a graph. The legacy years reveal an exam with a very different center of gravity. Across the 740 tagged questions from 2006 to 2010, science and technology accounts for 209 items, or 28.2%. History and culture contributes 121, or 16.4%. Current affairs and international relations contributes 109, or 14.7%. Geography supplies 106, or 14.3%. Economy contributes 92, or 12.4%. Polity and governance contributes 55, or 7.4%. Environment and ecology contributes only 48, or 6.5%. Now compare that with the 1,500 questions from 2011 to 2025. Environment becomes the largest classified domain, 300 questions, exactly 20%. Economy follows with 284, or 18.93%. History and culture, 247, or 16.47%. Polity and governance, 208, or 13.87%. Science and technology, 183, or 12.2%. Geography, 169, or 11.27%. Current affairs and international relations, 109, or 7.27%. The striking change is not that science vanished. It remains substantial. The change is that the paper became more evenly distributed while environment moved from the margins to the core. Polity nearly doubled its share. Economy deepened. And much of what candidates casually call current affairs migrated into static answerability domains because the event became a wrapper, not the syllabus itself. This is why an old mentor's memory of a science-heavy UPSC can be historically true and strategically misleading. It describes an examination whose architecture no longer exists. The modern map tells us what is too important to neglect. It does not tell us the exact composition of the next paper. Environment and economy together account for 584 of 1,500 questions, 38.93% of this classification. Add history, and the three largest domains account for 831 questions, or 55.4%. Add polity, and four domains cover 69.27%. That sounds like a shortcut. It is not. A candidate World Health Organization studies only those four would still be volunteering to face roughly 3 questions out of every 10 without an adequate base, using the long-run average. Worse, annual composition is volatile. In a competitive examination, the neglected minority can decide whether an otherwise strong score crosses the cutoff. The correct reading is asymmetric preparation, not selective abandonment. Every syllabus area needs a functional baseline. High-frequency and high-foundation domains deserve repeated revision. Lower-frequency domains deserve concise, reliable coverage and enough question practice to avoid being helpless. There is another insight hidden in the totals. Polity's 13.87% and geography's 11.27% look smaller than environment's 20%. But value is not just frequency. Polity concepts recur in governance news and mains G.S. Paper 2. Geography supports environment, agriculture, disaster management and mapping. A single hour of foundational study can have multiple paper returns. Frequency is one input. Overlap, retention cost, personal accuracy and mains usefulness are others. So never convert this chart into a crude R=% formula. Use it as a prior, a starting probability, then modify it using your own test data. Subjects are too broad to guide revision. The nested topics reveal the actual recurrence pattern, and an important warning. Across all 1,500 modern questions, the single largest canonical topic in this classification is Parliament and state legislatures, with 39 questions. Banking and the financial sector follows at 38. Ecosystems and core ecology concepts contributes 36. Biodiversity and conservation contributes 35. Computer and information technology, 33. Pollution and waste management, 32. Agriculture and rural development, 31. Physical geography and geomorphology, also 31. Protected areas and wildlife, 31. Human development, poverty, employment and related schemes, 30. Continue down the list. Atmosphere and climatology contributes 28. International environmental treaties and summits, 26. Biotechnology and genetics, 26. Sustainable agriculture and forestry, 26. Constitutional framework and development, 26. Health and diseases, 25. International organizations and groupings, 24. External sector and balance of payments, fiscal policy and budget, climate change and greenhouse gases, energy and environmental governance each contribute 23. Space technology and astronomy contributes 22. This is not a short syllabus hiding behind the long syllabus. It is a broad syllabus with recurring centers. Consider Parliament, 39 questions out of 1,500 is 2.6%. At 2 marks per G.S. Paper 1 question, its long horizon mathematical equivalent is about 5.2 marks per 100 question paper. But no serious analyst should translate that into expect 2 or 3 Parliament questions in 2026. Those 39 are unevenly distributed, topic boundaries are editorial, and UPSC is free to ask 0 in a particular year. The right conclusion is that Parliament is a durable, revisable core. You should understand procedure, privileges, offices, committees, legislative control and center-state legislative relations well enough to handle unfamiliar statements. The wrong conclusion is that memorizing exactly 39 previous answers predicts the 40th. Banking makes the same point. 38 classified questions establish repeated importance, not a fixed quota. The transferable base is money creation, the central bank, instruments, balance sheets, regulation, financial inclusion, payments and the connection between policy and the real economy. The wrapper may change, the mechanism survives. Long averages reveal durability. 5 paper blocks reveal movement without letting one strange year dominate the story. In 2011 to 2015, environment leads with 109 questions out of 500. Economy has 96. History, 85. Polity, 65. Geography, 63. Science and technology, 62. Separately tagged current affairs and international relations, only 20. In 2016 to 2020, economy moves to 109. Environment remains high at 98. History rises slightly to 88. Polity reaches 70. Science and technology remains close to its earlier level at 60. Current affairs and international relations rises to 39. Geography falls sharply to 36. Then comes 2021 to 2025. Environment remains the largest at 93, or 18.6% of the latest 500 questions. Economy records 79. History, 74. Polity, 73. Geography rebounds to 70. Science and technology is almost unchanged at 61. Current affairs and international relations rises to 50. The most visible movement is geography, from 36 in the middle block to 70 in the latest block. That is a rise of 34 questions and a relative increase of approximately 94.4%. But the responsible conclusion is not, geography will contribute 14 questions next year. The conclusion is that the very low middle window share of 7.2% did not persist. Geography returned to 14% in the latest block and deserves a complete base. Environment tells a different story. It moves from 109 to 98 to 93. That is gradual moderation, not disappearance. Even the latest block contains 18.6% environment under this classification. A candidate World Health Organization sees a mild decline and abandons ecology has misunderstood both magnitude and uncertainty. Science and technology is the quiet stabilizer, 62, then 60, then 61. The surface content changes rapidly, software, biotech, defense systems, space, health, while the broad numerical presence is remarkably stable across these blocks. Separately tagged current affairs and international relations rises from 2239 to 50. Yet this does not mean only 10% of the latest paper is current linked. Many economy, environment, polity and science questions are triggered by current developments but classified by the knowledge needed to solve them. Current affairs is a layer across the syllabus, not merely one box beside it. Now watch how much movement hides inside even a 5-year total. In 2021, environment reaches 25 questions and history 20, while geography sits at 7. In 2022, science and technology reaches 17, environment 17, history 16, economy 15, and current affairs and international relations 13. In 2023, geography rises to 18, economy also reaches 18, while science and technology falls to 9. In 2024, geography remains at 18 and polity reaches 17. In 2025, environment records 18, economy and geography 15 each, history 15, polity and science and technology 14 each, and current affairs and international relations 9. The exact annual sequence matters because it destroys the fantasy of a guaranteed subject quota. Science and technology moves from 17 in 2022 to 9 in 2023, then 10 in 2024 and 14 in 2025. Geography moves from 7 in 2021 to 18 in both 2023 and 2024. A 5-year average smooths the variation, but you will sit only one paper. Nested topics in this recent window also show recurring clusters. Ancient India contributes 18 classified questions. Climate change and carbon contributes 18 under one label. Banking and the financial sector contributes 17. Constitutional framework and development contributes 14. Ecosystem concepts contribute 13. Pollution and waste management contributes 12. Financial and capital markets contributes 11. International organizations and groupings, atmosphere and climatology, and physical geography and geomorphology contribute 10 each. But 2025 uses a different nested taxonomy. For example, climate change and carbon and the older climate change and greenhouse gases labels are parallel rather than automatically identical. The honest use of recent nested data is to identify knowledge families, climate mechanisms, carbon policy, banking, constitutional structure, ecosystems, not to pretend the labels form a perfectly continuous laboratory series. The classification becomes useful when we see how questions travel. Take the 2011 question on Brent crude oil. It can feel like international current affairs because the commodity is globally traded and constantly in the news. But the answerability base is economic infrastructure and industry, what the benchmark represents and why it matters. Reading headlines alone is weaker than understanding the market mechanism. The 2015 question involving Niti Aayog is tied to a current institutional change. Yet its deeper home is economic planning and institutional evolution. The durable preparation is not a one-page news clipping. It is a movement from centralized planning to a different policy coordination framework, including the logic of cooperative federalism. The 2022 software as a service question uses contemporary technology language. Its core is information technology, what is delivered, where it runs, and how the service model differs from installed software. The same year's fractional orbital bombardment system item belongs to defense technology. In both cases, a candidate needs conceptual definitions and elimination ability, not advanced engineering mathematics. And consider a 2024 question involving total fertility rate. It touches population, society, development, health, and economics. This dataset places it under economy and demographics because demographic transition and its development implications form the primary answer base. A different defensible taxonomy might place it elsewhere. That is precisely why the method must be disclosed, and why you should learn the concept across connections rather than worship a coaching label. The pattern is consistent. UPSC frequently takes an event, institution or term that looks new and asks whether your old conceptual framework is strong enough to interpret it. No 20-year prelims analysis is complete without the second paper. In 2011, General Studies paper to replace the old optional objective paper. Both new papers carried 200 marks, and from 2011 through 2014 both counted toward preliminary merit. The English language comprehension component was removed in 2014. From 2015 onward, GS paper 2 became qualifying at 33%, 66 marks out of 200, while the competitive cutoff is determined through GS paper 1 under the notified rules. Qualifying describes how the marks are used. It does not mean optional. If you score above the GS paper 1 cutoff but 65 in CSAT, you do not qualify. GS paper 1 cannot compensate for the missing mark. The notified domains include comprehension, interpersonal and communication skills, logical reasoning and analytical ability, decision-making and problem-solving, general mental ability, basic numeracy, and data interpretation. Objective papers also use 1/3 negative marking for a wrong response, while an unanswered question carries no penalty, subject always to the year's official notice and booklet instructions. This analysis deliberately does not claim a measured CSAT difficulty trend. To support that claim properly, every CSAT question would need a stable topic taxonomy, comparable passage and calculation measures, and a defensible difficulty rubric. Coaching memories and viral reactions are not a dataset. The evidence-backed preparation rule is simpler. Diagnose early. Sit one recent paper under full time. Separate your errors into comprehension, set selection, calculation, reasoning, and time pressure. If you are safely above the qualifying line across multiple unfamiliar papers, maintain the skill with periodic time practice. If you hover near the line, CSAT is not a side project. It is an elimination risk and deserves scheduled weekly work. Do not target exactly 66 in practice. Exam variance, negative marking and time pressure make the formal minimum a dangerous preparation target. Build a safety margin appropriate to your mocks and actual paper performance. Mains also contains a fault line. From 2006 through 2012, the legacy structure included 2 compulsory general studies papers of 300 marks each, 600 GS marks, and 2 optional subjects with 2 papers each. The 2013 reform replaced that balance with 4 general studies papers of 250 marks each, 1000 GS marks in total, 1 optional subject with 2 250-mark papers, a 250-mark essay, 2 qualifying language papers, and a 275-mark personality test. Therefore, a raw topic frequency comparison between 2010 and 2020 would again mix different architectures. The defensible 20-year record preserves the legacy structure but performs detailed theme aggregation for 2013 through 2025, where the 4-paper framework is comparable. The unit here is one top-level question or case study. Subparts are not counted as separate questions. Across the 13 papers in each series, the dataset contains 270 top-level units for GS, Paper 1, 265 for GS, Paper 2, 265 for GS, Paper 3 and 237 for GS, Paper 4. The lower GS, Paper 4 count reflects its larger case study units, not a lighter 250-mark paper. One more disclosure. The source tables support exact annual paper totals and exact 13-year topic aggregates, but not a trustworthy reconstructed zero-filled topic matrix for every individual year. We retain what can be defended instead of fabricating missing year topic cells. Across 2013 to 2025, GS, Paper 1 contains 270 top-level question units. Geography contributes 95, History and Culture 91, and Indian Society 84. The largest detailed clusters include Natural Resources and Industrial Location at 45, Women, Population and Urbanization at 36, World Physical Geography at 28, Art and Culture at 26, Indian Society and Diversity at 22, and Geophysical Phenomena at 22. These counts reveal the paper's three verbs: locate, connect, and explain change. History is not rewarded as a warehouse of dates. It asks for causes, continuities, consequences, and competing interpretations. Geography is not only a map label. It asks why a phenomenon occurs there and what follows. Society questions demand that concepts such as urbanization, population, diversity, gender, and globalization be connected to lived institutions. A strong G.S. Paper 1 answer therefore needs chronology when time matters, a simple map when space matters, and social mechanisms when human outcomes matter. The diagram is not decoration. It compresses reasoning. G.S. Paper 2 contains 265 top-level units. Polity and Constitution contributes 124. Governance and Social Justice contributes 83. International Relations contributes 58. Detailed recurring clusters include the Indian Constitution at 23, Federalism at 22, Bilateral and Global Groupings at 20, Parliament at 18, Development Processes and NGOs at 15, Health and Education at 15, Governance and E-Governance at 15, and the Executive and Judiciary at 14. This paper does not merely ask, what does the Constitution say? It asks what the rule is trying to achieve, which institution carries it, where incentives or capacity fail, whose interests collide, and what reform remains constitutionally and administratively feasible. In international relations, avoid reducing every answer to a list of recent events. Begin with interests, security, economy, technology, energy, diaspora, connectivity, rules and strategic autonomy. Then use current developments as evidence. Current affairs gives the example, a framework gives the answer. G.S. Paper 3 also contains 265 top-level units. Economy contributes 67. Internal security, 53. Agriculture, 51. Science and technology, 43. Environment, 34. Disaster management, 17. At the detailed level, environment, conservation and pollution contributes 34. Information technology, space, biotechnology and intellectual property contributes 22. Agriculture and cropping patterns, 21. Broad science and technology, 21. Economy and planning, 17. Disaster management, 17. And border and organized crime issues, 17. This is a paper of mechanisms. Inflation is not merely rising prices, show transmission and distributional effects. A crop problem is not merely low productivity, show inputs, risk, markets, water, technology and institutions. Cybersecurity is not merely a threat list, show attack surface, capability, law, coordination and resilience. Environmental answers must connect ecology with regulation, livelihoods, technology and implementation. The best G.S. Paper 3 structure is often define the mechanism, diagnose the Indian constraint, support it with one credible example or datum, evaluate the policy response, then propose implementable improvements. Technical vocabulary helps only when it makes the causal chain clearer. G.S. Paper 4 contains 237 top-level units, 100 in ethics theory, 76 case studies, and 61 in public service ethics and probity. The detailed aggregation includes all 76 case study units, 34 on civil service values, 29 involving moral thinkers, 27 on probity, 26 on ethics and the human interface, and 18 on aptitude and foundational values. This paper tests whether you can turn moral language into a public decision. Quoting integrity is easy. Identifying the conflict, affected stakeholders, legal limits, feasible options, second-order consequences and an accountable course of action is harder. For a case study, first establish the relevant facts and uncertainties. Name the stakeholders without inflating the list. Identify the value conflict. Generate options that are genuinely different. Test each against legality, rights, public interest, feasibility and long-term institutional trust. Then choose, sequence the action, and build safeguards such as documentation, consultation, transparency, review or grievance redress. An answer can be humane without being vague and decisive without being reckless. That balance is the real syllabus. Data becomes valuable only when it changes behavior. Begin with the official syllabus and previous papers, not with the chart. The chart can tell you that banking recurs. A previous question tells you the level of statement testing, conceptual precision and elimination UPSC expects. For every topic you study, ask 3 questions. What is the stable concept? How has UPSC disguised it? Which mistake would make me choose the wrong option or write a generic answer? A practical time model can use 3 baskets. This is an example, not a universal prescription. Allocate roughly 60 to 65% of revision time to durable foundations, high recurrence concepts, topics that unlock multiple subjects, and weak basics revealed by tests. Allocate 20 to 25% to recent movement and current linkages, new laws, policy debates, international developments, technologies and environmental events connected back to the syllabus. Keep 10 to 15% as a volatility buffer, lower frequency areas, maps, cultural edges, specialized science, and mixed paper practice. Choose values within those ranges that total 100%. Why keep a volatility buffer? Because a trend-based plan fails precisely when the next paper explores the long tail. Broad baseline coverage is the insurance policy. Then personalize the proportions. Suppose economy is historically frequent but your last 5 full-length tests show high accuracy and low revision decay. Another hour there may by less than an hour repairing geography. Conversely, if a subject is frequent, weak, and foundational, it deserves urgent time. Use a simple priority score, historical importance multiplied by your error rate, adjusted for cross-paper overlap and the hours needed to improve. The numbers do not replace judgment, they discipline it. For prelims, build an error log with 5 categories: knowledge gap, concept confusion, statement reading error, reckless guess, and time pressure mistake. A wrong answer caused by careless reading should not trigger another 50-page note. A recurring knowledge gap should. For mains, classify each weak answer by demand failure. Did you miss the directive, lack dimensions, lack evidence, fail to connect causes and consequences, or run out of time? Frequency tables cannot diagnose answer quality. Timed writing can. Use 2 kinds of question practice. Full syllabus mixed sets train switching, uncertainty and paper strategy. Focused drills train pattern recognition inside a topic. Do not construct every 100 question mock by mechanically copying the 15-year subject shares. The actual paper varies. Your practice should include representative mixed papers, recent official papers under exam conditions, and deliberately unbalanced drills that strengthen weak zones. Revision must become retrieval. Reading the same page 4 times creates familiarity, not necessarily recall. Close the source and reproduce the framework, the monetary policy chain, the grounds for disqualification, the layers of an ecosystem, the causes of a monsoon anomaly, the stakeholders in an ethical conflict. Then check what you omitted. The paper is common. Starting disadvantages are not. If you come from engineering or science, do not mistake familiarity with technology for UPSC readiness. The science and technology questions rarely reward specialist derivations. Your advantage is comfort with mechanisms and data. Your likely repair areas may be constitutional language, historical context, social nuance and non-technical answer writing. Build those deliberately. If you come from humanities, your reading and contextual reasoning may transfer well to history, society and mains writing. But do not outsource economy, numeracy or technology to monthly current affairs summaries. Learn the small number of underlying mechanisms, then practice questions until unfamiliar terminology stops causing panic. If you are working full-time, continuity is more valuable than a fantasy timetable. Protect short daily retrieval blocks, 1 longer weekly paper session and a narrow source list. Use the trend map to prioritize revision frequency, not to delete syllabus areas. The costliest resource is not a book, it is repeated restart. If money is limited, official papers, the official syllabus, standard public documents and a disciplined error log can form the spine of preparation. Purchasing more material cannot substitute for analyzing why you missed a question. Spend, if at all, where feedback or structure solves a diagnosed problem, not where marketing creates anxiety. Regardless of background, sit CSAT early, write mains answers before finishing the entire syllabus, and let performance evidence revise your plan. Rule 1. Never call a historical share fixed weightage. UPSC has promised no such distribution. Rule 2. Never forecast from a single year. Use long horizons for durability and rolling windows for movement. Rule 3. Never compare raw counts across different paper structures or denominators. Rule 4. Never let a topic label become a wall. Questions cross disciplines. Prepare concepts with their connections. Rule 5. Never confuse a current wrapper with the knowledge being tested. Link news to the syllabus and mechanism. Rule 6. Never turn a high-frequency list into a skip list. Complete baseline coverage first, then revise asymmetrically. Rule 7. Never let population data override personal data. The 20-year corpus tells you about the exam. Your timed papers tell you about the candidate World Health Organization will take it. If those rules sound less exciting than a prediction video, that is the point. Serious preparation reduces dependence on predictions. 20 years do not reveal the 2026 paper. They reveal something more useful. They reveal a structural break that makes careless comparisons invalid. They reveal environment and economy as durable modern centers, history and polity as persistent foundations, geography as capable of sharp return, science and technology as numerically steady but constantly reskin, and current affairs as a layer that travels through every subject. They reveal that mains is not for encyclopedias. G.S. Paper 1 asks you to place change in time, space and society. G.S. Paper 2 asks whether institutions can convert rules into public outcomes. G.S. Paper 3 asks whether you understand mechanisms under policy pressure. G.S. Paper 4 asks whether your judgment can survive contact with reality. Most importantly, they reveal what the exam keeps doing, changing the surface while testing whether the foundation transfers. Do not prepare to recognize yesterday's question. Prepare to recognize tomorrow's problem. The archive can describe the exam. It still cannot describe you. Two candidates can read the same heat map and need opposite plans. One has excellent factual recall but loses marks to reckless guesses. Another clears GS comfortably but fails CSAT. A third knows the syllabus and cannot finish a mains paper. A fourth has 6 free hours on paper and only 3 usable hours after work and travel. More content is not the answer to all 4 problems. The next 7 days therefore begin without a book list. You will measure reading, recall, CSAT, writing speed, optional fit, available time and financial runway. The result is not a rank prediction. It is a routing code. Only after that code exists will we select sources and build a calendar. You now understand the official side of the examination, eligibility, attempts, the portal, documents, stages and the papers. But after the official form comes a second application form. UPSC will never fill this one for you. How many focused hours can you actually produce every week? Not the hours you wish you had. Not the number printed in a topper timetable. Your hours. Can you read in English but write with far greater precision in Hindi? Do you live in a city with stable broadband, or in a village where one weekly download must last 7 days? Is your CSAT genuinely safe, or have you decided it is safe because you studied engineering 5 years ago? Do you have a salary, a family, a loan, a child, night duty, a disability, a final year placement, or only one serious attempt left? Have you already failed prelims twice? Have you cleared it and discovered that your hand cannot complete 20 answers? And how much money can this attempt consume without damaging the rest of your life? These are not side issues. They are the design inputs. Let us meet 6 people. Remember, they are teaching composites, not real toppers. Asha is a Hindi medium graduate from a rural district. She has a basic phone, intermittent data, a small book budget and no reliable local evaluator. She is intelligent, disciplined and tired of being told that Delhi is a personality trait. Arjun is a software engineer. His salary supports his parents. He spends 10 hours between work and commute, is comfortable with numbers, and has not written a serious humanities answer since college. Every second video tells him to resign. Mariam is in her final year of a humanities degree. She reads political theory easily, writes well and assumes that CSAT will somehow take care of itself. She also has campus placements approaching. Meera is a doctor on a rotating roster. Her schedule changes every fortnight. She is considering medical science as her optional, but her duty hours can destroy a beautiful calendar in one phone call. Kabir has already missed prelims narrowly. He owns notes, courses, magazines, test papers and enough PDFs to start a small cloud company. He does not yet know whether his real problem was knowledge, recall, elimination, risk or CSAT. Nandini uses accessibility tools. She needs the exam process, documents, travel and practice workflow to work together. Advice that says, just write more, without understanding the actual access constraint is useless to her. All 6 are preparing for the same syllabus. They should not follow the same day. And one day truth remains active. At this research cutoff, 12th July 2026, Prelims 2026 and its results are over. A viewer World Health Organization qualified and completed the required main stage process is preparing for main beginning 21st August 2026. Everyone outside that live route is preparing for the next properly notified cycle. We will therefore maintain 2 clocks, M26 a compressed main route, and next cycle, a full preparation route. Do not mix them. The promise of this chapter is very precise. By the end, you will not merely have a book list. You will have a candidate code, a weekly capacity, an optional and medium decision process, a money ceiling, a learning pipeline, test rules, health safeguards and a 12-week contract. Seedhi baat, motivation may start the attempt. Only a design system can carry it. Pause now. In one sentence, write the constraint your current plan pretends does not exist. A job? Weak CSAT? English? Money? Care work? Health? Optional confusion? Previous failure? Write it without drama. A named constraint can be designed around. An unnamed constraint controls you. Suppose you visit a doctor. World Health Organization prescribes medicine before asking your symptoms. You would walk out. Yet aspirants routinely buy a foundation course, optional course, test series and current affairs subscription before taking one official paper under time. We will do the opposite. Your preparation begins with a 7-day diagnostic. On day 1, download the syllabus, the notification for your cycle, 1 official prelims paper and 1 official main paper. Read the syllabus line by line. Rewrite it as a checklist. Do not decorate it. Under each line, leave 3 blank fields, previous year questions, source, and exam output. The point is to convert the syllabus from a sacred PDF into a project map. On day 2, set the latest completed General Studies Paper 1 for which an official answer key is available. Use exact time. No pause. No search. No Telegram poll. Mark your attempted, correct, wrong and unattempted questions. More importantly, write your confidence, high, medium or low, beside every attempt. Why not simply take the 2026 paper? You may absolutely use it for question analysis. But if UPSC has not yet published the official key for that completed cycle, an institute key is not the final authority. Disputed questions can create false precision. For a baseline, use a paper key pair whose official key is available, or disclose an uncertainty range. On day 3, set the matching CSAT paper. Full paper, exact time. Then split the score, comprehension, arithmetic, algebra and number sense, data interpretation, reasoning, and time lost on poor question selection. A single total hides the repair. On day 4, take an official main paper. Write 4 150-word and 4 250-word answers in the medium you are seriously considering. The goal is not beautiful content. The goal is evidence. Can you understand the directive? Can you structure an answer? Can you finish 8? Is your handwriting readable? How much does language slow you? Then spend 45 minutes outlining an essay. No memorized quotation. Just interpret a topic, form a thesis, build a sequence and list examples. On day 5, audition optional subjects. If you have one obvious graduation subject, audition it against one alternative. If you have no background fit, audition 2 or 3. For each shortlisted subject, read the complete syllabus, scan at least 5 years of papers, study one accessible chapter and one difficult chapter, and write the small answers or solve representative problems. An optional chosen from a topper reel is not a choice. It is outsourcing. On day 6, audit reality. Keep a 7-day time log. Write monthly essential expenses, debt, dependents, commute, health treatment, duty roster, internet, device, exam travel, attempts already used and age window. This page may be uncomfortable. Good. It is cheaper to feel uncomfortable on paper than to discover the truth after resigning. On day 7, review. Produce a 1-page 12-week contract, focus stars, resources, outputs, test dates, budget cap and review date. Now turn the results into a code. First, cycle, M26 if you are in the current main route, otherwise next cycle. Second, time, under 12 focus stars a week is T0. 12 to under 19 is T1. 19 to under 29 is T2. 29 to 40 is T3. More than 40 is T4. These are not moral grades. They tell us how narrow the plan must be. Third, G.S. baseline. A rough planning band on a valid official key paper can begin below 55, 55 to under 75, 75 to under 95, and 95 plus. But do not call 95 a guaranteed safe score. UPSC fixes cutoffs after the examination. Categories and years differ. The official 2025 general category prelims cutoff, for example, was 92.66 in GS1. That is historical context, not your promised threshold. Fourth, CSAT. Below 66 is C0, an immediate qualification risk. 66 to under 85 is C1, still unsafe. 85 to under 105 is C2. 105 plus is C3. We use higher practice targets than the bare qualifying line because exam day variance exists. Even C3 maintains the subject. Fifth, writing. W0 cannot finish the diagnostic. W1 finishes but writes generic description. W2 answers the directive with a structure and usable evidence. W3 can complete a full paper without quality collapsing. Sixth, optional. O0 means none. O1 is a short list. O2 is selected but below roughly 40% first coverage. O3 means broad first coverage with previous year question mapping. O4 means revision and test ready. Seventh, medium, English, Hindi or another permitted medium under your current rules, with a separate note for reading language and answer language. Eighth, money. B0 is almost no cash beyond essentials. B1 is a lean self-study budget. B2 permits 1 or 2 targeted interventions. B3 and B4 permit structured coaching, but do not prove that coaching is needed. Ninth, constraints, job, shift, commute, college, caregiving, disability, low bandwidth, illness, debt, family conflict, or any combination. 10th, attempt stage, first attempt, prelims repeater, CSAT failure, main first timer, main near miss, interview stage, or return after a break. Arjun's code might read, next cycle, T2, G, S.1, C3, W0, O1, English, B2, job and commute, first attempt. Asha might be, next cycle, T2, G, S.1, C1, W1, O0, Hindi, B0, low bandwidth and rural travel, first attempt. Kabir might be, next cycle, T3, G, S.2, C1, W1, O3, English, B2, repeater and near miss. Notice what the code does. It stops Arjun from buying CSAT Rescue merely because it is in a bundle. It stops Mariam from ignoring CSAT because she is excellent at theory. It stops Kabir from restarting every foundation lecture. Diagnosis is not judgment. It is allocation. One more diagnostic matters, classify the cause of every error. A knowledge gap means you never studied the needed fact or concept. A concept gap means you recognized the words but misunderstood the relationship. A recall gap means the information existed in your notes but did not come when needed. An elimination error means your rule for removing options was bad. A reading error means you missed not, incorrect, a pair count or the scope. A risk error means you attempted on a weak hunch and paid negative marks. A time error means your sequence or attachment to one question damaged the paper. Each error has a different medicine. Another lecture may help a concept gap. It will not fix a risk policy. Do not wait for perfect data. Write a preliminary code now. Then circle only 2 risks. Not 7. If you circled everything, you have not prioritized. Before we design candidate routes, we need one gate. No beginner should resign, relocate or spend 6 figures on day 1. First complete 12 weeks of proof. In those 12 weeks, tack 10 years of previous questions to the syllabus. Begin core polity, modern history, geography and economy. Complete 12 weekly GS tests or previous year sets and 12 CSAT sets. Write at least 60 main answers and 2 essays. Select the optional through an audition and cover at least the first 15%. And keep 4 weekly reviews showing whether you followed at least 80% of a realistic plan. If you cannot execute 20 focused hours while the plan is small, a larger course does not automatically create discipline. Maybe the real issue is a 2-hour commute, a baby World Health Organization wakes at night, depression, family conflict, poor sleep, weak reading or a timetable built for somebody else. Fix the cause. This gate is especially important for Arjun. His social feed says, if you are serious, quit. But his parents depend on his income. So he runs 12 weeks first. He studies 2 hours on 5 mornings, uses 3 short evening practice blocks, and completes 1 Saturday mock with review. If his adherence and scores rise, he has evidence that a working route is viable. If work repeatedly destroys even 15 hours, he can first negotiate shift, commute, remote days or leave. Resignation becomes the last option, not the first emotion. The same gate protects high-budget candidates. Asha cannot waste 1 lakh. Arjun should not waste 1 lakh. Nobody should waste 1 lakh. Money does not become harmless because you have it. Write both dates. A plan without a review date becomes an identity. We are building an experiment. Let us now route people by life stage and background. Start with school students. If you are in classes 9 to 12, your UPSC plan should be almost boring. Study school properly, read 1 serious explanation of the news, practice maps, arithmetic and writing, and build a life. 3 to 5 hours a week outside school is enough. During board exam months, UPSC can disappear. Do not memorize daily current affairs for an attempt that is years away. Most of that material will expire. Do not choose a degree only because somebody says it overlaps with UPSC. Choose on aptitude, affordability and employability. Public speaking, volunteering, sport, coding, art, research or actual responsibility are not distractions. They make a human being. A teenager does not need a 5-year aspirant identity. For a first or second year college student, use 8 to 12 hours a week. Build selected NCERT foundations, read issues, practice CSAT and write 1 page regularly. Explore optionals through actual university learning and previous questions. Protect internships, grades, friendships and job skills. A summer break can hold 1 serious 6-week project. Term time should remain sustainable. For a final year student like Mariam, the route becomes 18 to 25 hours in ordinary weeks. She has 2 calendars, semester and placements, and UPSC. She sits placements because an offer creates choice. She selects her optional within the first 8-week sprint and begins main writing. But her diagnostic shows C0 CSAT. So 1/4 of her early time moves to CSAT. Her humanities background is an asset, not an exemption. Now the working professional. The realistic target is often 19 to 28 focused hours a week. One workable pattern is 2 hours before work from Monday to Friday. 3 evenings get 45 minutes of answer writing or CSAT. 2 evenings remain free for family and sleep. Saturday holds a 3-hour paper, 2-hour review and optional block. Sunday holds core study, revision, current affairs consolidation, planning and a protected half day off. If that sounds less glamorous than wake at 4, sleep at 12, good. A timetable that ruins cognition and employment is not discipline. For a shift worker or Mira on hospital duty, the calendar is the wrong tool. Use anchor quotas across 7 or 14 days, 5 deep work blocks, 5 recall blocks, 4 writing blocks, 2 timed sets and 1 review. On a 12-hour duty day, 25 minutes of recall is enough. On an off day, 1 full test plus 2 90-minute blocks may be possible. Deep work follows the best sleep window, not an influencer summary say. For parents and caregivers, make invisible work visible. Put cooking, school runs, elder care, appointments and night waking on the household calendar. Ask family for name support, Tuesday 6 to 8 and Sunday 9 to 12, not please support my dream. Use asynchronous resources. A missed live class must not create guilt debt. 15 to 24 good hours may be more powerful than 40 imagined ones. For a full-time aspirant, the problem is often not lack of time but lack of edges. 40 to 50 focused hours a week is enough. 4 blocks of 90 to 105 minutes, 6 days a week, can carry optional, G.S., practice and revision. The 7th day has a mock, review and recovery. Sitting at a desk for 12 hours while arranging PDFs is not 12 hours. Now academic background. A STEM or engineering candidate may have quantitative comfort, systems thinking and diagram ability. The likely gaps are humanities vocabulary, normative reasoning and prose, but diagnose them. In the first 12 weeks, give extra time to history, polity, society and writing. Treat the syllabus as requirements, previous questions as test cases, and the error log as debugging. Do not choose mathematics or engineering optional simply because of your degree. Audit the complete syllabus and the 3-hour paper. A medical candidate may carry biology, public health knowledge and case reasoning. But duty hours, fatigue and the size of medical science matter. Mira auditions medical science against a genuine alternative. She tests retention after a long shift, not only comfort while reading. She builds polity, economy, history and geography deliberately. Real clinical examples must remain anonymized. Patient privacy is not optional value addition. A law graduate may understand constitutional provisions and argument. The risk is writing every G.S. answer like a pleading, citing cases without administration, finance or implementation. Law optional can be excellent for the right person, but only after both papers and current legal developments are audited. Practice explaining doctrine in plain language. A commerce, CA, economics, finance or management candidate may own part of the economy syllabus. But professional familiarity may not match the UPSC optional. Audit exact topics. Build history, geography, environment and society. Use the economic survey, budget and RBI for concepts and data, then write public policy answers, not corporate memos. A humanities graduate may read theory quickly and produce fluent prose. The risk is believing that overlap equals readiness. Mariam's answer can be elegant and still ignore the directive. She needs data, diagrams, science, economy and CSAT. Academic essays become word-limited, demand-led answers. For Hindi medium candidates, the issue is not intelligence. It is source and terminology control. Asha builds a 2-column glossary, official Hindi term, English term where useful and permitted, and one-line meaning. She may read selected English primary sources but writes all practice in her chosen output medium. She uses simple, idiomatic Hindi instead of forcing a sentence through 10 Sanskritized nouns. Every week she writes timed Devanagari answers and practices the qualifying English paper separately. For an English medium candidate with weak English, ornamental vocabulary is not the cure. Use short sentences. Build a small active glossary. Read one strong paragraph, close it, reproduce the argument in plain English and compare. Edit 2 answers a week for grammar and ambiguity after checking content. The exam rewards orderly, effective and exact expression, not thesaurus performance. For another permitted 8th schedule language, verify the exact current rules, script, question paper language, optional sources and evaluator access before locking. Bilingual input can be practical. Output practice must begin in the final medium. For a rural or low bandwidth candidate, distribution is the constraint. Asha uses one weekly connectivity day to download the next 7 days of compressed PDFs and audio. She keeps 2 offline copies. Her syllabus lives on paper. Previous questions and the error ledger do not require broadband. She downloads NCERT books through official platforms, uses text and audio rather than endless high-resolution live classes, and plans exam center travel as seriously as revision. For Nandini, accessibility is designed early. She reads the current notification for accommodation, certificate and service suitability rules. She tests TTS, screen reader, magnification, PDF, accessibility, handwriting or scribe communication, travel and medication. She does not wait until admit card week to discover that a workflow fails. Practice must resemble the accommodation and constraints likely on exam day. For the first attempt candidate with a year, use the integrated plan we will build shortly. For a candidate with 4 to 8 months, compress readings, not revision and testing. Do not finish everything. Follow prerequisites and previous question demand. A mock can provide exam experience without casually consuming an attempt. Read the current rule on when an attempt is counted. For a repeater like Kabir, do not restart every lecture. Reconstruct the attempt. How many mistakes were knowledge, concept, recall, elimination, reading, risk, time, CSAT? If low confidence questions destroyed his net score, a new ancient history course is not the repair. If he missed prelims narrowly, 60 to 70% of his prelims practice time goes into mixed time sets, review and revision. He tracks a 5-test moving average and worst to average, not his best screenshot. He keeps 6 to 8 hours of main and optional writing until the dedicated prelims phase. If the repeated failure was CSAT, CSAT becomes a full subject. There is no shame in school-level arithmetic. There is only cost in avoiding it. If a candidate reached main but missed the interview, obtain the mark sheet. Was optional low? Essay. 1GS. Paper? Completion? Do not say, I need more content, until the marks and scripts point there. Protect strengths and give 60% of repair hours to the 2 largest evidence-backed deficits. If a candidate reached the interview and missed the final list, the answer is not 20 trivia compilations. Build ADAF ledger, study hometown, education, work, hobbies and preferences honestly, follow issues and practice balanced spoken reasoning. And if you are returning after illness, bereavement or a long gap, start at 15 to 20 hours a week. Restore sleep and routine. Add load only after 2 stable weeks. Reusing old notes after a version audit may be wiser than rebuilding everything. All these routes share one principle: adjust the path without lowering the standard of the final output. Your primary route is life stage, school, college, final year, working, shift caregiving or full-time. Your modifiers are the risks that change the curriculum: weak CSAT, weak writing, medium, low bandwidth, accessibility, low money, repeater or late start. Write one primary route and no more than 2 modifiers. Now let us discuss the part many strategy videos avoid: money. The visible price of preparation is books and coaching. The true price is larger. Write this equation: true attempt cost equals fees, books, tests, rent difference, travel and device costs, plus foregone after-tax income, lost work experience and benefits, debt interest, and the time required to re-enter a career. If your family shares finances, the cost is not private merely because the dream is personal. There are 4 viable models. The public resource model spends almost nothing beyond unavoidable stationery, data, printing and exam logistics. The lean self-study model might use selected or used books, controlled printing and perhaps one evaluated intervention. A modular model spends on a diagnosed bottleneck, optional teaching, answer evaluation, CSAT help or a test series. A structured coaching model purchases a scheduled program. All 4 can be rational. None is morally superior. Here is the uncomfortable commercial reality. Prices vary enormously by provider, city, language, mode, duration and bundle. On 12 July 2026, one major provider's own site displayed offerings ranging from tens of thousands to above 3 lakh rupees depending on the module and mode. Optional courses on another provider's official pages also ranged across tens of thousands. These figures are captivated examples, not endorsements, and they can change tomorrow. The video description must link the official page. The viewer must check tax, faculty, validity, inclusions, refund terms, and the final invoice. Do not ask, which coaching is best? Ask, what measured bottleneck am I buying a solution for? If you cannot understand core concepts after a disciplined self-study trial, one structured foundation source may save time. If you understand but cannot finish papers, evaluated writing may matter more than another lecture. If optional sources or teaching are genuinely inaccessible in your medium, an optional specific program may be rational. If CSAT remains below a safe practice band, targeted instruction can be valuable. If you know what to do but cannot execute because of anxiety, sleep, family or workload, buying content is probably the wrong intervention. Ask a provider 7 questions before payment. World Health Organization actually teaches your batch? How large is it? Can you see a complete sample class and evaluated copy? How quickly and specifically are answers returned? What exactly is included? GS, CSAT, essay, ethics, current affairs, tests, optional, and what is not? How long does access remain? What are cancellation, transfer, and refund terms? Is material and evaluation available in your medium? If the salesperson answers with rank photographs, ask again. Now Asha. Her budget is B0. Her route is not do without strategy. It is to use strategy so efficiently that she buys less. She downloads official inserts and previous papers. She borrows or buys used standard books. She prints only the syllabus, selected papers, maps and compressed sheets. She creates a 3% evaluation cell, one fixed rubric, one exchange deadline, no all-day chat. She first uses official previous questions as tests. If, after 12 weeks, external feedback is the clear bottleneck, she saves for a narrow evaluated product rather than a broad bundle. She also checks current government, university, state and social welfare coaching schemes. The Department of Social Justice has described free coaching for eligible economically disadvantaged S, C, B, C, and PM CARES children beneficiaries. But scheme pages and windows are period-specific. Asha verifies the current advertisement and eligibility. The narrator never promises a benefit from an archived page. Now Arjun and the job question. The decision tree begins with 12 weeks. Can he sustain at least 18 focused hours a week with acceptable sleep and work performance? If yes, he keeps the job and continues. If no, can he recover hours through a different commute, shift, remote arrangement, reduced travel, study leave or a quieter location? He negotiates before resigning. Only then does he price a career break. He needs living runway, an exam budget and a separate emergency fund. He needs a re-entry skill and written end date. He calculates 12 months of rent, food, family transfer, health, exam travel, optional, tests and coaching. Then he adds 12 months of lost after-tax salary and expected salary gap during re-entry. Suppose his visible coaching invoice is 1.5 lakh. If he leaves a job paying 60,000 a month, the true first-year decision is not 1.5 lakh. Lost salary alone may exceed 7 lakh before benefits and career effects. That does not mean never resign. It means call the decision by its real name. Meera may not need resignation. She may need a 6-month roster adjustment, fewer night shifts where professionally possible, or leave concentrated around the examination. Mariam may not need to reject placements. A job offer can preserve choice. Kabir may not need another foundation at all. He may need 12 weeks of tests and review. Relocation follows the same rule. Delhi, Prayagraj, Jaipur, Hyderabad, Bangalore or any coaching hub can provide libraries, peers, classes and evaluators. They can also provide rent, deposits, commute, noise, heat, illness and comparison. Run a trial if possible. Compare focused hours, feedback quality, help and total cost before and after. Move only if the environment gain justifies the cost. For a high-budget candidate, money should buy feedback, structure and time. Saved. Do not buy 3 current affairs magazines, 2 foundations and 4 test series. One full pantry does not make a meal. If you cannot name the bottleneck in one sentence, do not pay today. The best resource stack is not the largest. It is the smallest stack that allows complete coverage, repeated revision, and exam output. For every syllabus unit, use this rule: one foundation source, official updates, previous year questions, and your own revision output. A second source enters only to replace a bad first source or fill a specific gap. It does not become a parallel reading project. Start with official free material. UPSC provides the notification, syllabus, previous question papers, specimen answer booklets, cutoffs, and, when released, answer keys. Download and date stamp them. The examination is not hidden. Its demands are printed. NCERT and ePathshala provide school-level foundations. NCERT describes downloadable class 1 to 12 textbooks in Hindi, English and Urdu, including accessible and text-to-speech options through its platforms. Read only syllabus-relevant chapters. A chapter is not complete because you highlighted it. Close it and reconstruct the process, timeline, map or argument. NIS material can fill selected foundational gaps. Swayam offers free learning modules, readings and assessments across subjects. Use a course only for a diagnosed concept gap. Free does not mean must consume. For polity and governance, first understand institutions, then read relevant constitutional or statutory text. India Code is the place to verify central acts. If a coaching note says one thing and the current BEL law says another, the law controls. PRS legislative research is useful for bill briefs, committee context and monthly policy review. But PRS is not the legal authority. Verify whether a bill became an act and the current text through official parliamentary, Gazette or India Code sources. PIB tells you what the government announced and how it presents a program. That makes it a valuable primary source for official claims. It does not make every claim an independent evaluation. For a major scheme, pair the announcement with data, a parliamentary committee, CAG, survey, court record or credible research where relevant. For economy, the Union Budget, Economic Survey, RBI, reports and Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation should anchor definitions, indicators and official data. Do not lift a number without its year, unit and source. An inflation figure without the index and period is not value addition. For international relations, use Ministry of External Affairs for India's official position, treaty and organization pages for primary facts, and selective credible analysis for competing interpretations. Build an issue sheet around interests, friction, institutions and options, not diplomatic trivia. For environment and science, use the relevant ministry, Central Pollution Control Board, ISRO, DST, DBT, IPCC, and other primary reports. For social issues, use census, NFHS, MOHFW, NCRB, Niti Aayog and ministry data where relevant. For culture, combine NCRT with CCRTASI and Ministry of Culture Resources. For daily news, one serious source is enough. A newspaper, e-paper or reliable bulletin should take 35 to 50 minutes. Your task is not to collect headlines. It is to detect syllabus-linked issues. Let us make this concrete. Take a polity unit, parliamentary committees. The foundation output is a card, constitutional or rule basis, composition, purpose, powers, limits and major types. The current affairs output adds one dated development or committee report. The exam output is previous questions, a comparison table and two timed answers. Take geography, monsoon. The foundation output is a process diagram and maps. The current output adds a dated forecast or extreme event example. The exam output is location practice, statement multiple choice questions and a causal explanation. Take economy, monetary policy. The foundation output shows transmission from policy rate through liquidity, credit, demand, output and inflation. The current output adds the latest applicable MPC, stance and data with dates. The exam output is a diagram, data interpretation and a balanced answer on trade-offs. Take society, urbanization. The core note holds drivers, regional and gender dimensions, constitutional and institutional roles, data and consequences. Current affairs add an urban flood, migration or housing example. The exam output is a multidimensional answer, not a list of schemes. Take ethics, conflict of interest. The output is your own definition, distinction from corruption, one public life example, one counterexample, institutional safeguards and a case study application. Now Asha's low bandwidth pack. On Sunday, she downloads the next week's one core PDF per subject, official updates, 30 multiple choice questions and answer prompts. She turns off data. Her Monday task is not watch internet. It is complete polity unit, recall at night, write one answer. She has removed network quality from 6 days of execution. Arjun uses audio during a safe commute for revision, but not for first learning that requires diagrams or calculation. At lunch, he reviews recall cards. The hard work remains in morning blocks. Kabir opens his resource list and marks each item, core, gap filler, update, duplicate, or obsolete. Duplicates leave. This can feel like loss because he paid for them. But sunk cost cannot become revision time. Do not use pirated PDFs. Apart from law and ethics, they are often outdated, badly scanned, incomplete and impossible to version. A resource tag that begins with uncertain editions ends with uncertain facts. Rule 1. Every source maps to a syllabus line. Rule 2. Every source ends in recall and a question. Rule 3. Freeze the core stack after the first month. Rule 4. Current affairs updates a core issue, it does not build a second syllabus. Rule 5. If you cannot revise it, you do not own it. It owns you. Current affairs is where fear converts into bulk. One candidate reads to newspapers, a daily video, daily notes, a monthly magazine, yearly compilation and telegram updates. At the end, they cannot answer, why does urban flooding persist despite planning institutions? The exam does not reward exposure count. It rewards organized retrieval and application. Use a 4-level system. Daily, spend 35 to 50 minutes identifying at most 3 to 5 syllabus-linked developments. Do not save an article because it looks important. Ask, which syllabus line, which recurring issue, and what did this development change? Weekly, consolidate for about 90 minutes. Group developments by issue. For each issue, add stakeholders, constitutional or legal basis, 1 or 2 reliable data points, arguments, implementation problems, examples and practical options. Include a small prelims box for factual elements. Monthly, compress. 12 to 20 issue dossiers are more useful than 300 clippings. Delete repetition. Write 4 answers and test recall. A time-poor working candidate can use one good monthly compilation instead of, not in addition to, daily detailed notes. Quarterly, update the evidence bank. Archive obsolete items. Put a year beside every number. Let us build an urban flooding dossier on screen. The syllabus links may include urbanization, disaster management, local governance, infrastructure and environment. The core note begins with the mechanism, intense rainfall, concretization, wetland and drainage loss, solid waste blockage, encroachment, planning fragmentation and climate risk. Stakeholders include municipal bodies, development authorities, disaster agencies, residents, informal settlements, businesses and state departments. Legal or institutional elements may include urban planning rules, environmental protection, municipal functions and disaster frameworks. Evidence must be dated and locally relevant. The answer options can include watershed-based planning, wetland protection, drainage mapping, maintenance accountability, risk-sensitive zoning, early warning, ward data and inclusive relocation where unavoidable. Notice what we did not do. We did not copy the article's introduction. We converted an event into a reusable issue model. PIB may supply the government program. A city audit or committee report may supply the implementation gap. A credible newspaper may explain the conflict. Your note preserves the distinction. For prelims, the same dossier might produce a small box, urban local body constitutional schedules, wetlands convention basics, drainage terminology, or a current official initiative. For main, it becomes a cause-impact institution solution answer. For essay, it supplies an example about cities, resilience, or inequality. For interview, it becomes a hometown issue. Asha does this once weekly in Hindi. Arjun uses a spreadsheet or simple notes app. Mariam uses paper. The tool is irrelevant if the structure survives. Write only these headings: syllabus link, what changed, stakeholders, evidence, 2 arguments, 2 problems, 2 solutions, prelims box. If you cannot place the headline, discard it. Notes fail in 2 opposite ways. Some candidates make no notes and reread entire sources. Others rewrite the source in prettier handwriting. Both avoid retrieval. Use 3 layers. Layer 1 is the index, the exact syllabus tree, previous question years, and the location of each note. It answers what exists and where. Layer 2 is the core, definitions, mechanism, dimensions, constitutional or legal basis, diagrams, debates, recurring examples, and answer frames. Aim for 1 sheet or 1 screen per microtopic where possible. Some topics require more. The principle is compression, not magic page count. Layer 3 is the update, a judgment, report, scheme, data point or event with source and date. Updates attached to the core. They do not create a new notebook every month. The pipeline is this: syllabus phrase, previous questions, 1 source, closed book recall, core note, current update, multiple choice questions and main output. Spaced revision. Suppose Arjun studies the Finance Commission. He first reads the syllabus and previous questions. He studies 1 core source. Then he closes it and writes constitutional basis, composition, functions, vertical and horizontal devolution, grants, tensions and recent context. Only after recall does he reopen the source, correct gaps and create the 1-page note. The act of trying to remember reveals what he does not own. This is not just motivational advice. Research on retrieval practice finds that recalling information through testing can strengthen long-term learning more than repeated passive study. Research on spacing supports distributing review rather than massing it. No paper proves a sacred UPSC timetable, but the direction is clear: practice retrieval and revisit material over time. A practical default is review after 1 day, 3 days, 7 days, 21 days and 45 days. But performance controls the interval. If you recall 90%, extend. If you cannot reconstruct the skeleton, return sooner. Every revision follows 5 moves. First, retrieve without looking. Second, check in another color. Third, convert the misses into questions. Fourth, apply 1 item to an multiple choice questions or main prompt. Fifth, mark green, amber or red and schedule only amber and red sooner. Kabir's old method was rereading. It felt smooth because the page looked familiar. In the exam, the cue changed and retrieval failed. His new method begins with a blank page. It feels harder because learning is now visible. Mariam's risk is beautiful, expansive notes. She imposes an exam output rule: every page must earn its place through a question, diagram or evidence point. Asha's paper notes use symbols and a fixed color for updates. Nandini uses accessible heading styles and text rather than scanned image-only PDF so her tools can navigate them. Do not migrate between Notion, OneNote, Obsidian, Excel and 3 notebooks because a productivity video looked attractive. Tool migration is often procrastination wearing formal clothes. A calendar is useful only after the route, baseline and sources are known. We begin with the LIF compressed route. If you qualified for Main 2026 and completed the required stage process, you do not need a beginner plan. You need consolidation. At the 12th July research cutoff, roughly 40 days remained before essay on 21st August. Recalculate from the day you watch this and follow any later commission notice. GS followed on the 22nd and 23rd August, qualifying languages on 29th August, and both optional papers on 30th August. Your first task is an inventory. For every microtopic across G, S, essay, ethics and optional, mark A, B or C. A means, I can write this now. B means, I can recover it through revision. C means the topic is genuinely missing. Do not count pages. Count marks exposed. In the first week, write 1 diagnostic GS paper, 1 optional section or full paper, and 2 essay outlines. Use the results to attack high exposure C gaps. In the second and third weeks, rotate GS 1 and 2 with optional paper 1, then GS 3 and 4 with optional paper 2. Keep ethics and essay alive almost daily through short drills. By early August, broad news sources should be closed. Run a second revision of all 7 merit papers. Build only compressed evidence, diagram, definition and example sheets. In the penultimate full week, simulate clusters, essay 1 morning, 2 GS papers across adjacent days, and the 2 optional papers on 1 day at least once if your health allows. In the last 4 or 5 days, taper. Warm up the hand. Review compressed sheets. Fix sleep, food, stationery and travel. Do not begin a 600-page compilation because anxiety demanded novelty. A practical initial allocation can be about 35% optional, 40% GS, 15% essay and ethics, and 10% languages and logistics. But the diagnostic can change it. A candidate with a weak optional may need 45%. Another candidate may have a dangerous GS 3 gap. Evidence controls the calendar. Qualifying language papers still receive a full diagnostic. Qualifying means they do not add to rank. It does not mean they can be failed safely. Now the next cycle route. UPSC's Annual Calendar 2027, uploaded on 20th May 2026, projects the CS 2027 notification for 13th January, the application deadline for 2nd February, prelims for 23rd May, and mains to begin on 20th August 2027. These are official planning dates, not yet the operative CS 2027 notice, and the calendar says they may change. Set P to the current official prelims date and plan backwards. Update P if a later notice or corrigendum changes it. Weeks 1 and 2 are diagnosis and design. Complete the 7-day baseline, source freeze, optional auditions and first weekly contract. Weeks 3 to 8 build foundation 1, polity, modern history, geography and economy basics. CSAT follows your C-band from day 1. Main writing begins. No waiting for syllabus complete. Weeks 9 to 16 build foundation 2, environment, society, science, culture and remaining GS foundations. Optional reaches roughly 30 to 40%. Current affairs becomes an issue workflow. By week 16, every broad GS area has at least a first map. Week 17 to 24 integrate. Optional moves towards 70%. GS receives its first serious revision. Essay and ethics become regular. Prelim sectional tests begin. Every syllabus line should now have a source and output field. Weeks 25 to 30 complete the optional first pass, depend main sectional and full paper writing, and move prelims into mixed tests. At P-16 weeks, the balance changes. Prelims rises to 60 or 70%. Optional and main writing remain alive because abandoning them completely creates a disaster after the result. At P-12, dedicated prelims begins. 85 to 90% of time goes into GS 1 and CSAT, revision, previous questions, full tests and error repair. You are not covering now. You are reducing variance. At P-2 weeks, taper. Fewer selective full tests, more compressed revision, stable sleep and logistics. New sources stop. After prelims, rest for 1 or 2 days. Then begin main. Do not surrender 3 weeks to uncertain arguments. The candidate World Health Organization waits for certainty loses the most valuable writing window. The post-prelims 12-week pattern is simple. Week 1 inventories and diagnoses. Weeks 2 to 4 revise GS sections, optional paper 1, essay and ethics. Weeks 5 to 7 move through optional paper 2 and second GS revision. Weeks 8 to 10 run full paper clusters and repair feedback. Week 11 compresses. Week 12 tapers. Now convert phases into days. If you have 2 hours a day, Use about 70 minutes for core or optional, 35 minutes for a question, answer or CSAT, and 15 minutes for issue scanning or recall. Your weekend must hold a longer test and review. If you have 3 to 4 hours, use to 60 to 75 minute deep blocks, 30 to 45 minutes of retrieval or practice, 20 to 30 minutes of current issues, and 10 to 15 minutes of planning. Choose the lower ends for a 3-hour day and the upper ends for a 4-hour day. One weekly half-day holds the mock. If you have 6 hours, use 3 75-minute deep blocks, 60 minutes of timed output, 30 minutes of current issues, 30 minutes of error review, and 15 minutes of planning. The remaining transitions and short breaks must not be mislabeled as focused study. If you have 8 hours, use 4 deep blocks. 1 block is always output. Add current affairs and review, but keep sleep, meals and exercise outside the fantasy count. Arjun's morning belongs to optional or the hardest GS concept. His lunch belongs to recall. His evening belongs to a small answer or CSAT block. Saturday belongs to the paper and review. He does not put difficult first learning at 10:30 p.m. after work. Meera plans across 14 days. She places deep blocks after recovery sleep, not on a fixed weekday. Her quota says what must exist by the end: 5 deep blocks, 4 writing blocks, 2 timed sets and 1 review. Asha's week begins with download and print control. Monday to Friday are offline execution. Saturday is practice. Sunday is download, consolidation and family logistics planning. Mariam reduces UPSC around university exams but preserves CSAT and recall. Kabir's week contains fewer new chapters and more mixed tests. Nandini schedules document accessibility tasks long before the official windows and keeps study materials navigable. Every Sunday, write a production contract. A beginner may choose 5 to 7 core or optional units, 150 to 250 reviewed multiple choice questions, CSAT sessions according to band, 10 to 15 main answers, 1 essay outline, 2 ethics cases and 2 revision cycles. A mature prelims candidate may choose more mixed questions but fewer new units. A main qualified candidate measures full papers and inventory closures. Then review only 4 questions. What did I plan? What did I produce? Which 3 errors cost the most? What one process change will I test next week? Do not punish a bad week by doubling the next one. If you plan 30 hours and completed 15 for 3 weeks, the plan is false. Set 18, complete it, then grow. Study polity is not an output. Revise parliament cards, solve 50 mixed questions, write to committee answers and review errors is. Medium is often discussed with insecurity, politics and mythology. Remove all 3. Medium is an output decision under the rules for your cycle. UPSC's current rules specify the permitted main media and the language in which non-literature question papers are set. The form chapter has already explained those rules. Strategy begins after legality. In which permitted medium can you think, structure and write most accurately under time? Run the same 8-answer diagnostic in each serious option. Compare comprehension of the question, planning time, words produced, precision, examples, legibility and fatigue. Suppose Asha reads an English report more comfortably than she can write a full main paper in English. Her strongest route may be bilingual input and Hindi output. She reads the primary source, converts it into a Hindi core note, preserves selected technical English terms in her glossary where the rules allow, and practices every answer in Hindi. She does not translate whole English sentences in the examination. Suppose another candidate studied in Hindi until class 12, then completed college in English. If English answers are faster and clearer after 8 weeks of practice, English may be rational. If Hindi remains stronger, Hindi may be rational. Identity does not choose, performance does. For English medium candidates with weak expression, fix plain writing. A strong answer can use ordinary words, define, explain, show consequences, balance and propose. Ornament is not analysis. For another permitted language, source and evaluator access become serious. Before locking, prove that you can obtain the complete syllabus material, build terminology, read the question paper as set, and receive meaningful feedback. Do not discover evaluator scarcity after prelims. Use a fixed bilingual glossary for recurring constitutional, economic, environmental and scientific terms. One column has the official term in your answer medium. One has the English term if useful. One has a plain language meaning and one example. Revise it like any other source. Qualifying language papers receive independent practice. A candidate can have excellent merit paper strategy and still create avoidable risk by ignoring them. Do not write English because material. Write evidence, answer completion, rubric result and evaluator availability. Your optional carries to merit papers. It is too important for hearsay and too large to postpone until after prelims. Score every candidate subject from 0 to 5 on 10 factors: comprehension, sustained interest, syllabus boundary, previous question clarity, source completeness, medium support, evaluator access, background advantage, answer or technical speed, and fit with your weekly hours. Give double weight to answer performance, source completeness, and time fit. Then audition. If your graduation subject appears on the optional list, test it first. But graduation familiarity may cover only a fraction of the UPSC syllabus. Read the entire syllabus and 5 years of papers. Study one easy and one difficult unit. Write answers. If you are an engineer considering mathematics or engineering, compare the full problem-solving load and revision hours against a humanities option. Technical precision can be an advantage. The practice burden can also dominate a working schedule. If you are Meera, medical science is rational only if retention, sources and full paper performance beat the alternative. A medical degree is not a command. If you are a lawyer, audit both law papers, current legal developments and writing speed. If you are a CA or commerce graduate, compare the exact UPSC, commerce and accountancy coverage with your professional preparation. If you are a humanities graduate, do not confuse GS overlap with optional depth. If you want a subject for overlap, CIIR, history, geography, sociology, public administration or another, treat overlap as a tiebreaker. Optional questions demand greater depth, thinkers, debates, technical content or maps. A subject that saves 20% first reading time but produces weak answers is not efficient. If you choose literature, fluency is not enough. Audit prescribed texts, literary history, criticism, the required language and evaluator access. If material is scarce in your medium, prove a complete source chain before locking. One good introductory playlist is not 2 papers. After selection, use a tracker, micro-syllabus, source, previous questions, note, recall, answer, feedback, revisions and test status. In a full year route, choose during month 1. Reach roughly 70 to 80% first coverage by months 5 or 6. Complete the first pass and begin sectional tests before the dedicated prelims phase. Enter prelims with at least one optional revision and a usable answer base. After prelims, write full papers and compress. Now the switch question. If you are below roughly 30% coverage and a 6 to 8 week trial reveals a genuine concept, source, medium or time mismatch, and another audited option clearly wins, switch once and freeze. If you are above 60% coverage near prelims, anxiety is not evidence. Usually repair and continue. If Kabir received low optional marks in one main, he first checks both papers, completion, question choice, content, examples, evaluation feedback and whether one abnormal paper drove the total. 1 year is weak evidence for scaling conspiracy. If 2 attempts show repeated low scores despite sound, independently reviewed execution, then compare future cost of continuing versus switching. Past hours are sunk. Future marks and time decide. No optional becomes yours through coverage alone. It becomes yours through recall, previous questions, answers and full papers. Most people do not fail this examination because there was one more book on the internet that they did not buy. They fail because they never define what finished means. For one aspirant, finishing polity means watching 60 lectures. For another, it means underlining a book. For a third, it means collecting 500 pages of notes. None of those is an exam output. A prelims output is the ability to distinguish 4 very similar statements under uncertainty. A mains output is the ability to build a relevant, balanced and evidence-supported answer inside a word and time limit. A revision output is the ability to retrieve the idea without reopening the source. So this chapter will not merely give you a book list. It will show you the knowledge architecture of UPSC. What is officially inside each subject, what previous questions reveal about the kind of thinking demanded, what you must produce after studying, how you must test it, and when you must revise it. By the end, every hour on your timetable should have a visible destination. Keep 3 layers separate. Layer 1 is official. In Prelims General Studies Paper 1, UPSC lists current events, Indian history and the national movement, Indian and world geography, polity and governance, economic and social development, environmental ecology, biodiversity and climate change, and general science. General Studies Paper 2, usually called CSAT, lists comprehension, interpersonal and communication skills, reasoning, decision-making, general mental ability, basic numeracy and data interpretation. CSAT is qualifying at 33%, but both papers are compulsory. Layer 2 is historical demand. In our mutually exclusive classification of 15 official GS, Paper 1 papers from 2011 through 2025, Environment and Ecology accounted for 300 of 1,500 questions, Economy 284, History and Culture 247, Polity and Governance 208, Science and Technology 183, Geography 169, and separately classified Current Affairs and International Relations 109. Those totals explain why selective neglect is dangerous. They do not mean the next paper must preserve the same shares. Across 5 paper blocks, the pattern moved. That movement is the lesson. Build full syllabus competence, then use recency and weakness to adjust practice, not to gamble away subjects. Layer 3 is editorial. When this video says, build a constitutional body grid, revise after 1, 7 and 30 days, or solve a 50-question diagnostic, that is a preparation system, not a commission instruction. You may adapt the volume to your time, language, disability accommodations and starting level. You may not adapt away the official syllabus or the lessons of your own test data. Every source must undergo 4 transformations. First, a concept note, what the thing is, how it works, and how it connects to the syllabus. Second, a prelims trap sheet, pairs that can be confused, conditions and exceptions, map locations, chronology and statement qualifiers. Third, a mains issue sheet, definition, why it matters, causes, consequences, competing views, institutions, evidence, examples and a workable way forward. Fourth, flash recall, 1 page or a small set of prompts that can be retrieved in minutes. If a 300-page source produces another 300-page notebook, no transformation happened. If it produces 20 navigable pages, 50 tested distinctions, 10 answer frameworks and a compact recall deck, the source has become exam ready. Use the same learning loop in every subject. Learn a bounded block. Close the source and reconstruct it. Solve official previous questions without looking at explanations. Mark not only wrong answers but the reason, knowledge gap, misread qualifier, faulty elimination, overthinking, careless calculation, or bad time choice. Repair only the specific gap. Then mix that topic with older topics, because recognition inside a chapter is easier than retrieval inside a full paper. The minimum revision rhythm in this editorial system is same day, around 1 week, around 1 month, and then through mixed tests. The calendar is adjustable, the principle is not. Memory needs spaced retrieval, and exam judgment needs interleaving. The official prelims wording is deceptively short: constitution, political system, panchayati raj, public policy, rights issues and governance. In practice, previous questions require a connected map of constitutional design and institutional operation. Your topic map should contain constitutional history and making, the preamble, territory and citizenship, fundamental rights, directive principles, fundamental duties, amendment and basic structure, union and state executives, parliament and state legislatures, legislative procedure, budget and parliamentary control, the Supreme Court, High Courts and judicial review, center, state legislative, administrative and financial relations, emergency provisions, local self-government, elections and representation, constitutional, statutory, regulatory and quasi-judicial bodies, schedules, special provisions, tribunals, anti-defection, transparency and accountability, rights-based laws, and policy implementation institutions. Do not memorize these as isolated chapters. Ask 4 questions of every institution. Where does it come from? World Health Organization composes or appoints it. What can it do? World Health Organization checks it. That converts a static fact into a constitutional relationship. Begin with the constitutional skeleton. Learn the broad part and schedule map, not every article number. Then master rights, parliament, executive, judiciary, federalism, constitutional bodies and local government. Article numbers are useful anchors where they prevent confusion, especially rights, remedies, major institutions and emergencies, but numbers without concepts are brittle. For each major body, create a one-row grid with source, composition, appointment, tenure, removal, powers, report or accountability route, and one current issue. Compare pairs, Finance Commission versus G.S.T. Council, C.A.G. versus Parliamentary Financial Committees, Election Commission versus Election Law, Attorney General versus Solicitor General, Constitutional Body versus Statutory Body, Ordinance versus Delegated Legislation, Money Bill versus Financial Bill, Judicial Review versus Judicial Activism. UPSC repeatedly exploits category confusion. Read the Constitution's relevant text for high-value provisions. A summary may tell you what an article generally means. The text shows the conditions and exceptions from which statement questions are built. Across past papers, polity demand is less about reciting political news and more about testing institutional precision. Questions commonly turn on World Health Organization recommends, World Health Organization decides, whether a power is discretionary or bound, whether a protection applies to citizens or persons, which authority can remove or regulate, and whether a constitutional expression is absolute or conditional. The useful historical lesson is not prepare 14 polity questions. No such quota exists. The lesson is to prepare distinctions. Build the habit of circling qualifiers, only, all, necessarily, directly, exclusively, at the discretion of, by law, by rule. Then verify each statement independently. Do not let one familiar phrase make the entire option feel correct. The first trap is importing everyday political language into constitutional meaning. Government may mean the executive in conversation, but a question may distinguish executive, legislature, and state. The second is confusing convention with enforceable law. The third is extending a rule from parliament to state legislatures without checking. The fourth is assuming every public body is constitutional. The fifth is treating a right as unlimited. When uncertain, eliminate through structure. If an option gives the judiciary a routine executive appointment power, ask whether that fits separation of functions. If it gives a nominated body taxing authority, ask where representative authorization enters. Structural reasoning does not replace knowledge, it helps recover from partial knowledge. Declare polity foundationally complete only when you have 1 constitutional skeleton sheet, 1 rights, directive principles and duties matrix, 1 parliament and legislative procedure flow, 1 union-state comparison, 1 federalism and local government map, comparison grids for major bodies, an error log built from official previous year questions, and issue sheets for live governance debates. During the foundation phase, use 2 or 3 focused sessions each week and 1 short closed book recall. After the first pass, solve topic-wise official questions, then a weekly mixed set. In the prelims consolidation phase, revise grids and errors, not the entire source. For mains integration, write at least 2 timed polity or governance answers weekly, adding constitutional text, a code principle, a committee or institutional mechanism only when relevant. For a zero-cost foundation, use relevant NCERT, political science texts through the official NCERT or e-Pathshala portal. Use the Constitution of India and legislation on India Code. Use Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha websites for procedure, committees and bills. Use department and constitutional body websites for mandates and reports. PRS, legislative research is not a government body, so label it correctly. Its bill summaries and legislative briefs can help you understand a proposal, but verify the enacted text and official status on Parliament or India Code. End every block with the official UPSC question paper, because the exam, not any source, defines the demand. The official prelims syllabus places sustainable development, poverty, inclusion, demographics and social sector initiatives inside economic and social development. The practical map is wider because current questions attach themselves to economic mechanisms. Cover national income and growth, inflation, employment and labor, poverty and inequality, fiscal policy, taxation, deficits and public debt, the union budget, money, banking and monetary policy, financial markets and instruments, balance of payments, exchange rate, trade and external institutions, industry and infrastructure, agriculture and rural economy, food security, public finance and federal transfers, inclusion and welfare delivery, demographics, health and education, and sustainable development. The core skill is a causal chain. If the policy rate changes, what changes first, through which transmission channel, with what limits, and World Health Organization gains or loses? If the currency depreciates, what happens to imports, exports, inflation and external debt, and under what conditions? A definition is the first rung, not the destination. Start with distinctions: stock versus flow, nominal versus real, GDP versus GVA, revenue versus capital, deficit measures, direct versus indirect tax, money versus near money, bank versus non-bank, liquidity versus solvency, depreciation versus devaluation, current account versus capital or financial flows, absolute poverty versus multidimensional deprivation, growth versus development. Next, build sector maps. For banking, map deposit, credit, reserve requirements, central bank facilities, bond yields, inflation control and transmission. For public finance, map receipts, expenditure, deficits, debt and fiscal federalism. For the external sector, map trade, services, remittances, capital flows, reserves and exchange rate pressure. For agriculture, map input, production, procurement, storage, market, processing and income risk. Each map should fit one page. Numbers change, mechanisms endure. Learn the mechanism first, then attach the latest official number with a date and unit. Never carry a statistic without its year, denominator and source. Historical questions often use a current institution, instrument or scheme as the wrapper, while the answer depends on static economics. A new bond still tests debt and yield. A new payment facility still tests World Health Organization issues, regulates, settles or bears risk. A farm initiative may test procurement, cropping incentives or market structure. A global development can test the balance of payments or commodity transmission. Therefore, do not maintain a giant current affairs file called economy. Route every item into a mechanism folder. The historical corpus shows economy as structurally important across the post-CSAT era, but its annual and topical mix moves. Treat that as a reason to cover mechanisms comprehensively, never as a promise of a fixed number. Economy traps come in 6 forms. Direction traps. Does the variable rise or fall? Identity traps. World Health Organization regulates or issues it. Scope traps. Does a scheme cover a sector, class or geography? Accounting traps. Is the item a stock, flow, receipt or liability? Time traps. Is the statement still current? And always traps. Economics operates through conditions, so absolute claims deserve suspicion. Do not eliminate only because a term sounds unfamiliar. UPSC can pair a correct new term with a familiar but false explanation. Break the statement into actor, action, mechanism and consequence. Check each component. Your economy outputs are a 20-term distinction sheet, 1 map each for national accounts, inflation, monetary policy, banking, fiscal policy, external sector, agriculture and inclusion, 1 budget architecture sheet, 1 dated data page, 1 scheme table organized by problem and delivery mechanism, and an error log. Test in 3 levels. Level 1 is concept. Explain inflation, a fiscal deficit or a bond yield without jargon. Level 2 is direction. Predict the first-order effect of a policy change. Level 3 is application. Solve multi-statement questions where 2 mechanisms interact. Once a week, explain one mechanism aloud in 90 seconds. If the chain contains a leap you cannot justify, reopen only that segment. For mains, turn one issue each week into a one-page evidence sheet with a definition, trend, causes, consequences, policy instruments, constraints and reforms. Write at least one data-supported economy answer and one agriculture or inclusive growth answer in a mixed weekly cycle. Use relevant NCERT economics texts for the base. Use the Reserve Bank of India for monetary policy, banking concepts, annual reports, bulletins and the database on Indian economy. Use the official India budget portal for the latest budget documents and economic survey. Use the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation for national accounts, inflation and labor or household surveys. Use Finance Commission and Ministry reports where the syllabus demands them. Use PIB as a discovery layer for new policy, then follow the link to the responsible ministry or primary document. A press release is useful evidence of what government says. It is not independent evaluation of whether the program worked. The Prelims syllabus says History of India and Indian National Movement. Previous questions make clear that preparation needs ancient India, medieval India, modern India and the national movement, plus art and culture. Mains explicitly adds Indian culture from ancient to modern Indian history from roughly the mid-18th century, the freedom struggle, post-independence consolidation and world history from the 18th century. History is not a warehouse of dates. It has four architectures: chronology, what came before what; geography, where developments occurred; causation, why a change happened; and evidence, texts, inscriptions, archaeology, institutions, art forms and travelers through which we know it. Build all four. For ancient India, cover prehistory and archaeological cultures, the Harappan civilization, Vedic society and economy, Mahajana Abdas and state formation, Buddhism and Jainism, Mauryan administration and Ashokan ideas, post-Mauryan polities and contacts, Sangam age and early South India, Gupta and post-Gupta developments, education and learning traditions, science and intellectual history, religions and philosophical schools, social institutions, trade, guilds, coinage and urbanization, and the material culture of science, inscriptions, literature and art. The High Return Foundation is a synchronized timeline with a map. Every dynasty should have only the fields that answer exam questions: approximate period, core region, major rulers, administration, economy, religious or cultural developments, texts, art and external contacts. Do not build a separate universe for each dynasty. Previous year questions derived demand often crosses sources and features. A statement may connect a text to a language, a site to a river, a school to a doctrine, or a ruler to a material record. Your output should therefore include one site map, one text, author, language table, one religion and philosophy comparison, and one polity, economy, culture matrix. Common traps are anachronism, overextending a feature to all regions, confusing patronage with personal belief, and treating a later label as if people in the period used it identically. Test ancient history with chronology shuffles, map quizzes and two-statement comparisons, not only fact flashcards. For medieval India, cover early medieval regional polities, agrarian and social change, Delhi Sultanate institutions, Vijayanagar and Bahmani or Deccan developments, Mughal administration, revenue and society, Marathas and other regional powers, trade networks and European commercial entry, Bhakti and Sufi traditions, literature and languages, technology, painting, architecture and crafts. Build medieval preparation around institutions and regions, not a ruler list. Compare Ikta, Jagir, Mansab and other administrative arrangements carefully, distinguish their period, function and change over time. Map ports, capitals, travel routes and cultural regions. Pair a monument with its architectural features and historical context, not merely a photograph. The common trap is a composite statement in which the dynasty is right but the century, region or feature is wrong. A second trap is flattening the period into one uniform culture. Your output should be a regional timeline, an administration comparison grid, a devotional traditions matrix, a port and trade map, and a visual feature deck. Modern India must cover European entry and British expansion, changes in land revenue, agriculture, industry and trade, colonial administration and law, education and press, Socio-religious reform, tribal, peasant and civil rebellions, the uprising of 1857, early political associations, emergence of the Indian National Congress, moderates, extremists, Swadeshi and revolutionary currents, Gandhian mass movements, constitutional developments, labor, peasant, women's, Dalit and regional participation, communal politics, the Second World War context, negotiations, partition and independence, and, for mains, post-independence integration and reorganization. The High Return Foundation is a cause, event, response, consequence timeline. For every movement, know the trigger, social base, geography, methods, leadership, government response, immediate outcome and historical significance. Place parallel streams on the same timeline, constitutional acts, mass movements, revolutionary activity, social reform and global events. That prevents the one national movement, one leader simplification. Historical questions repeatedly reward chronology, association and causation. A common trap puts a genuine organization with the wrong founder, a real demand in the wrong session, or a correct event before its enabling condition. Build 5 outputs, a master timeline, an acts and constitutional evolution table, a movements matrix, a reformers and organizations map, and a regional contribution ledger. For testing, begin with unordered cards and reconstruct chronology. Then solve official previous year questions. For mains, practice questions that demand evaluation, how far, why, compare, impact, not narrative dumping. An answer on a movement should identify its limits as well as its contribution. Art and culture is not a miscellaneous appendix. Cover architecture and sculpture across major periods, cave, temple and Indo-Islamic traditions, painting schools, classical and major folk dances, classical music systems and instruments, theatre, puppetry and martial traditions, literature and languages, philosophical and religious traditions, fairs, crafts and living heritage, archaeological and cultural institutions, heritage conservation, and internationally recognized heritage where relevant. Use the 4-field visual method, identify the form, locate it, distinguish its features, and connect it to context. For dance, use origin region, movement or performance grammar, themes and music. For architecture, use plan, structural element, material, iconography and patronage. For painting, use school, period, technique, themes and visual cues. A bare list of names has low retrieval value. The biggest trap is the seductive half-truth, correct state, wrong community, correct tradition, wrong instrument, correct style, wrong period. Your output should be image-based comparison cards, a state and tradition map, a temple and architecture vocabulary sheet, and a text, language, author timeline. Use official N.C.E.R.T. history and fine arts material as a free foundation, including older N.C.E.R.T. editions where legally available through official repositories. Use the Archaeological Survey of India, Ministry of Culture, National Museums and official heritage pages for monuments and institutions. For the freedom movement, primary speeches or documents can enrich mains, but the base must remain a coherent narrative. History needs alternating revision, one chronological session, one thematic session, one map or visual session. During foundation, finish a bounded era and solve its previous year questions. Every second week, mix eras so that Mauryan, Mughal and modern statements compete in the same set. In the final prelim cycle, revise timelines, maps, comparison grids and errors. For mains, write one history or culture answer each week and maintain a small bank of regional examples. The official prelims syllabus includes physical, social and economic geography of India and the world. Mains adds world physical geography, resource distribution, industrial location and changes in critical geographical features. Prepare geography in 3 connected domains. Physical geography, earth structure, plate tectonics, rocks, landforms, geomorphic processes, climatology, atmospheric circulation, weather systems, oceanography, soils and biogeography. Indian geography, physiographic divisions, drainage, monsoon, climate, soils, natural vegetation, agriculture, minerals, energy, industry, transport, population, settlements and regional patterns. World and human economic geography, continents and regions, resources, agriculture and industry location, population and migration, urbanization and trade routes. The operating question is, why there? Why does a current flow along this coast? Why does a rain shadow form? Why is a crop concentrated in a region? Why does an industry locate near a market rather than raw material? Geography becomes manageable when spatial facts follow processes. Start with physical processes because they explain Indian and world patterns. Draw, from memory, plate boundaries, global pressure belts, planetary winds, monsoon circulation, cyclone structure, river profiles, ocean currents and soil formation. The drawing need not be artistic, it must expose the causal sequence. Then build an atlas habit. Every place in current affairs gets 5 questions. Where is it? What borders or water bodies surround it? What physical feature explains it? What resource or route makes it relevant? And what environmental or geopolitical issue is attached? Map learning must be active. Close the atlas and place the feature on a blank outline. Past questions often combine location with process. Knowing that a region receives rain is weaker than knowing the wind, relief and season that produce it. Knowing a mineral's name is weaker than understanding geological occurrence and industrial use. The historical series also shows that geography's share can move sharply across multi-year windows. That is precisely why prediction-only strategy is unsafe. Common traps reverse east and west, upstream and downstream, warm and cold, windward and leeward, or source and mouth. Others connect a real commodity to the wrong climatic condition. Use relational memory. Feature A lies north of Bay. River X crosses region Y before Z. Current P changes temperature and fisheries along coast Q. Your geography outputs are 20 core process diagrams, blank maps for India and the world, river, mountain, pass, strait, sea, current, resource, crop and industry layers, 1 monsoon sheet, 1 disaster process sheet, and a location error log. Test physical geography through explain and draw prompts. Test mapping with blank maps and timed location clusters. Test Indian economic geography through cause and suitability questions. Every week, run 1 15-minute map drill and 1 mixed concept set. For mains, practice inserting a small, accurate map or process diagram only when it advances the answer. Use NCERT geography from middle school through senior secondary as a free conceptual ladder. Use an atlas you can annotate or free official map portals such as Survey of India Resources and ISRO's Bhuvan where accessible. Use the India Meteorological Department for weather and climate, the Geological Survey of India for geology and hazards, Central Water Commission or Basin Authorities for water, and census and official statistics for population and settlement. Do not memorize a current map screenshot without checking its legend, date and projection. UPSC officially names environmental ecology, biodiversity and climate change at a general, non-specialist level. A complete map includes basic ecology, ecosystem structure and function, energy flow and nutrient cycles, population and community ecology, terrestrial, freshwater, coastal and marine ecosystems, Indian biodiversity and biogeography, species traits and conservation status, protected area categories, in situ and ex situ conservation, pollution, environmental governance and laws, environmental impact assessment, climate science, mitigation, adaptation and finance, international conventions, agriculture, environment links, and restoration and sustainable development. Environment is where static and current knowledge are most visibly fused. A species in the news tests habitat and taxonomy. A convention tests its objective, parties, mechanism and legal character. A pollution technology tests the pollutant, pathway and control principle. Build 3 rings. First, ecological principles, food chains and webs, trophic levels, succession, niches, keystone or invasive species, ecosystem services, bioaccumulation, eutrophication and cycles. Second, Indian spatial knowledge, biogeographic zones, wetlands, coral reefs, mangroves, grasslands, forests, protected areas and species ranges. Third, governance, major institutions, laws, rules, assessments, pollution standards, conservation programs and international agreements. For every species card, record taxonomic group, diagnostic trait, habitat, Indian distribution if relevant, ecological role, major threats, and only the conservation statuses that you can date and source. Status can change, a timeless flashcard can become false. For every convention, record the problem, year, legal nature, governing body, core mechanism, and India relevance. In the project's 2011 to 2025 classification, environment is the largest subject category, but even that long-run share is descriptive, not predictive. More important than the count is the demand. Questions frequently require biological reasoning, location knowledge, and institutional precision in the same item. Common traps include confusing a habitat with a political boundary, assuming every threatened species has the same legal protection, mixing a global conservation category with an Indian statutory schedule, treating all greenhouse gases or pollutants as identical, and assigning a treaty a power it does not have. Another trap is memorizing charismatic mammals while neglecting plants, insects, fungi, aquatic systems, and ecological processes. Produce an ecology concept deck, ecosystem process diagrams, an India protected area and habitat map, a dated species ledger, a convention and protocol matrix, pollutant, source, effect, control chains, climate mitigation versus adaptation tables, and an environmental governance grid. Test in layers. First, explain the process without species names. Second, apply it to a habitat or case. Third, solve current linked statements. Run one map drill and one species or convention revision each week. Once a month, delete obsolete status claims and update them from authoritative sources. For mains, write one environment or disaster answer with a local example, a governance instrument, and a trade-off, not just generic awareness and strict implementation. Use relevant N, C, R, T, biology and geography chapters for ecology. For Indian law, policy and protected areas, use the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and India Code. Use Central Pollution Control Board material for pollution, Forest Survey of India reports for forests, Botanical and Zoological Survey resources for species, the National Biodiversity Authority for biodiversity governance, and the India Meteorological Department and Ministry of Earth Sciences for climate systems. For international agreements, use the treaty secretariat itself, such as the UN Climate, Biodiversity, Wetlands or Wildlife Trade portals, rather than a social media summary. Prelims says general science, while mains explicitly asks about science and technology developments, applications, Indian achievements, indigenization, information technology, space, computers, robotics, nanotechnology, biotechnology, and intellectual property. Your practical prelims map should include basic biology and health, physics and chemistry in everyday applications, biotechnology and genetics, space, computers, communications and cyber foundations, artificial intelligence and robotics, nanotechnology and advanced materials, energy technologies, defense and nuclear technology, and intellectual property or regulation where connected to innovation. You are not preparing for a specialist engineering paper. You are preparing to understand what a technology does, the principle at a useful level, its components, applications, limits, risks, regulator, and Indian context. For each technology, fill 6 boxes. What problem does it solve? What is the core principle? What input or infrastructure does it require? What output or capability does it create? What cannot it do, or what risk limits it? World Health Organization develops, regulates or deploys it in India. For a satellite, separate orbit, payload, launch vehicle and application. For biotechnology, separate gene, genome, editing, organism and therapy. For digital technology, separate data, algorithm, compute, network and security. For energy, compare source, conversion, storage, efficiency, emissions and grid integration. This framework blocks buzzword memorization. Past science questions often begin with a recent development but end with a basic principle or capability distinction. That means current affairs notes must contain a static explainer. If you cannot describe why a claim is physically or biologically possible, you have recorded news, not learned science. Common traps exaggerate capability, can always, completely eliminates, requires no, works only. Others confuse a platform with its payload, a pathogen with the disease, a vaccine with a treatment, or a discovery with deployment. Use feasibility checks. Energy must come from somewhere. Information has a carrier. Biological action needs a mechanism. A model's output is not automatically truth. Produce foundational biology, physics and chemistry recall sheets, a space architecture diagram, a biotech vocabulary and application map, a digital systems and cyber diagram, an energy comparison matrix, and current technology cards using the 6-box framework. Test through TeachBack. Explain a technology to an educated 14-year-old in 2 minutes. Then solve its previous year questions. Once a week, mix 5 older technology cards with 5 new ones. Once a month, merge duplicate cards and remove promotional claims that lack evidence. Use N, C, R, T, Science and Biology for the base. Use ISRO for missions and space systems, Department of Science and Technology and the relevant scientific agencies for research programs, Department of Biotechnology and health agencies for biotech, MATY and certain for digital and cyber matters, Department of Atomic Energy for nuclear topics, and official mission documents. PIB can alert you to a development, but the technical agency should explain the capability. Current events of national and international importance are explicitly in prelims. Current affairs also runs through essay and the general studies papers, can enrich many optional answers, and matters in the personality test. But current affairs should not become an unstructured 8th subject. Route every issue to a static home. A Supreme Court judgment goes to rights, federalism or governance. A central bank action goes to monetary policy. A species discovery goes to ecology and biogeography. A conflict goes to map, international relations, energy, trade or security. A scientific mission goes to its capability framework. Keep a separate current folder only for genuinely cross-cutting events, reports, organizations, awards or places that lack a stronger home. Every significant issue gets a compact note. What happened, and on what date? Which syllabus phrase does it activate? What static concept explains it? World Health Organization are the stakeholders? What official data or document is relevant? What are the competing values or policy choices? What second-order effects may follow? What is the balanced and institutionally realistic way forward? For prelims, add institutions, locations, legal status, terminology and statement traps. For mains, add causes, consequences, arguments, constraints, examples and solutions. For interview, add your reasoned position and the strongest counter-argument. Use one dependable newspaper or news source for discovery, not 5. Then climb to primary evidence, judgment, bill, act, policy, regulator release, budget table, central bank report, treaty text or ministry dashboard. PIB communicates the government's position and programs. It should be read as an official source, not a neutral verdict. PRS can clarify legislation but must be identified as independent and checked against Parliament or India Code. International reports should come from the issuing institution. Yojana and Kurukshetra are published by the Government of India's Publications Division. They can supply sector vocabulary, program context and examples, especially for development and rural themes, but they are not compulsory monthly reading. Select an issue only when it fills a named syllabus or evidence gap. Extract 2 or 3 usable arguments or cases, label the institutional perspective, and return to answer practice. In 2026, the Publications Division also announced free digital access through Prasar Bharati's Waves platform. Verify current access on the official portal. Process current issues daily in a short bounded slot. Consolidate weekly by syllabus. At month end, produce no more than a compact issue index and update core subject sheets. Before prelims, convert the relevant current layer into statement and map practice. Before mains, convert it into evidence and examples. Accumulation without conversion is not preparation. CSAT is qualifying, not optional. The official threshold is 33%, 66 marks out of 200, and you must appear in both prelims papers for evaluation. GS. Paper 1 cannot rescue a CSAT failure. Your objective should not be to scrape exactly 66 in practice. Build a safety margin that survives exam day variation. The official domains are comprehension, interpersonal and communication skills, logical reasoning and analytical ability, decision-making and problem-solving, general mental ability, basic numeracy at class 6 level, and data interpretation at Class X level. The sensible preparation map groups the paper into comprehension, reasoning, and numeracy with data interpretation, while retaining decision-making and communication items wherever they appear in official papers. Do not infer CSAT ability from your degree. An engineer can be slow in comprehension. A humanities graduate can be excellent at reasoning. A school memory of mathematics may be wrong in either direction. Take one recent official CSAT paper under full time, without pauses or solution videos. Record attempted, correct, wrong, and attempted and time by section. For every miss, mark one cause, concept, calculation, comprehension, representation, question selection, time management or carelessness. That diagnostic, not your educational identity, decides the ladder. Comprehension includes main idea, explicit detail, inference, assumption, tone, purpose, argument structure and conclusions that follow from the passage. The rule is textual fidelity. Answer what the passage supports, not what you know about the topic. Level 1. Short passages, untimed. Underline claim, evidence, contrast and conclusion. Paraphrase each paragraph in one sentence. Level 2. Short passages timed, with a written reason for rejecting each option. Level 3. Mixed long and abstract passages, tracking time and accuracy. Level 4. Full paper section strategy. Decide when to leave a passage whose reading cost is too high. Common traps are extreme options, true statements not supported by the passage, a cause turned into a correlation, and an inference stronger than the author's words. Your output is a passage error ledger showing whether you missed scope, tone, logic or vocabulary. Reasoning and general mental ability can include statements and conclusions, assumptions, syllogistic relationships, logical consistency, directions, blood relations, ordering and ranking, coding patterns, series, arrangements, calendars or clocks when present, data sufficiency, decision-making and problem-solving. Level 1 is representation. Translate prose into a diagram, set, table, sequence or condition list. Level 2 is one-rule problems. Level 3 combines rules and constraints. Level 4 is mixed time selection, where you recognize whether a puzzle deserves 2 minutes or should be left. The largest reasoning trap is solving the world instead of the stated conditions. A conclusion may be plausible but not logically compelled. Another is silently assuming some means all or reversing a conditional. Your output should be a compact representation toolbox and an error list of invalid inference patterns. At the Class X Foundation, cover number properties and divisibility, fractions and decimals, ratio and proportion, percentages, averages and weighted averages, profit, loss and discount, simple and compound interest, time and work, pipes or combined rates, speed, time and distance, mixtures, basic algebra and equations, sequences, elementary geometry and mensuration, counting or probability only to the extent demanded by official papers, and data interpretation through tables, bar or line. Graphs, pie charts, caselets and data sufficiency. Level 1 is arithmetic fluency, fractions to percent conversions, multiplication, estimation and unit handling. Level 2 is single concept word problems. Level 3 is mixed multi-step problems. Level 4 is full data sets and paper selection under time. If level 1 is slow, more mock tests will simply rehearse slowness, repair arithmetic first. Common traps are percentage point versus percent change, changing bases, averages with unequal weights, kilometers per hour versus meters per second, work rates added incorrectly, and reading the wrong chart unit. Your output is a formula and concept sheet written in your own words, plus a calculation error log. Use 4 editorial diagnostic bands, based on multiple official paper attempts, not one lucky score. Band A, you repeatedly score well above the qualifying line with time to spare. Maintain with one-time section weekly and a full paper every few weeks, increasing frequency near prelims. Band B, you usually clear but sometimes fall near the line. Identify the volatile section, drill it twice weekly, and take a full official paper at least every 2 weeks. Band C, you hover around or below the line. Allocate 3 focused sessions weekly, 1 foundation repair, 1 sectional test and 1 mixed time set. Take a full paper regularly and do a written postmortem. Band D, basic comprehension, representation or arithmetic breaks down. Begin now, not after GS is complete. Use short daily drills, rebuild class 6 to X concepts through official school material, at sectional practice, and only then increase full papers. If accessibility or language needs affect performance, use the accommodations and medium options available under the applicable UPSC notice and practice in the same conditions you will use in the exam. These bands are planning tools, not official score categories. Because paper difficulty varies, use a safety margin and trend across papers rather than a magic mock score. On a full paper, use checkpoints rather than panic. First sweep, questions you can represent and solve confidently. Second sweep, worthwhile problems requiring more steps. Third sweep, only if time and negative marking judgment justify it. Do not spend 8 minutes proving that one difficult puzzle is solvable while leaving accessible comprehension unread. After the paper, calculate accuracy by domain and time per attempted question. Resolve every wrong or skipped but solvable item without the clock. Then write the shortest lesson that prevents repetition, convert base before percentage, conclusion exceeds passage, drew relation backwards, or left easy table unseen. Revise that ledger before the next paper. The official notice says mains is intended to assess intellectual traits and depth of understanding rather than merely the range of information and memory. It says questions test basic understanding, analysis of conflicting socio-economic goals, and the ability to give relevant, meaningful and succinct answers. This is the central design instruction. The merit papers are essay, general studies 1 through 4, and 2 optional papers. The written merit total is 1,750, followed by a 275-mark personality test. The Indian language and English papers are qualifying and require the official minimum standard. Neglecting them can make the merit papers irrelevant. For every GS cluster, therefore, study toward an answer toolkit, definitions, constitutional or conceptual anchors, causal frameworks, stakeholders, credible evidence, examples, diagrams or maps where useful, competing views, and implementable solutions. Before writing, pass 4 things. Directive, discuss, analyze, examine, evaluate, compare, comment or substantiate. Subject, the precise issue. Boundary, period, geography, institution or dimension. Demand, how many tasks the sentence contains. Then build an answer proportionate to marks and words. A direct introduction defines or frames. The body follows the demand in visible subparts. Evidence supports claims. A conclusion resolves the question without pretending every conflict disappears. Useful tools include a small map, process diagram, stakeholder wheel, cause-effect chain, constitutional anchor, committee principle, official statistic, court doctrine, case example or ethical value. Tools earn value only when accurate and relevant. A decorative diagram that consumes time is not sophistication. Officially, candidates may be required to write essays on multiple topics. They must remain close to the subject, arrange ideas orderly, write concisely, and use effective and exact expression. Prepare essay through 4 clusters: social and human development themes, political, constitutional and governance themes, economic, science, environment and development themes, and philosophical or abstract themes. The cluster is not a prediction list. It is a way to build lenses and examples. For each practice topic, spend 15 minutes making a thesis, defining key terms, identifying tensions, and arranging dimensions. A strong essay does not merely visit 10 dimensions, it develops one governing argument through them. Use examples from history, constitution, administration, science, literature or lived public policy, but verify quotations. A fabricated quote damages credibility, paraphrase if uncertain. Your essay evidence bank should include constitutional values, major social transformations, grounded administrative examples, scientific and environmental cases, biographies, and a few literary or philosophical ideas you genuinely understand. Practice one outline weekly and one full essay every 2 weeks in the foundation phase. Increase full simulations closer to mains. Review for relevance, coherence, paragraph purpose, transitions, counterargument, examples, language and time, not only word count. GS. Paper 1 officially covers Indian heritage and culture, Modern Indian history and the freedom struggle, post-independence consolidation, world history from the 18th century, Indian society, and world and Indian geography. For culture answers, evidence means a name, form, region, period, feature and continuity or change. Use visual vocabulary and conservation challenges. Avoid a catalogue with no argument. For modern history, use chronology, causation, regional participation, social base, ideological differences and consequence. A question on a movement needs both contribution and limitation. For post-independence, cover integration, state reorganization, institutional consolidation, social and economic transformation and major internal challenges. For world history, build causal modules, industrial revolution, American and French revolutionary change where relevant, nationalism and unification, imperialism and colonialism, world wars, Russian revolution, interwar crisis and fascism, decolonization, redrawing of boundaries, and political philosophies such as liberalism, capitalism, socialism and communism in their social effects. Evidence should show sequence and comparative causation, not India-centric generalities pasted onto Europe. For society, your official clusters include diversity, women, population, poverty and development, urbanization, globalization, social empowerment, communalism, regionalism and secularism. Build issue sheets with sociological concepts, constitutional values, data from official surveys, intersectional stakeholders, examples of social change, policy limitations and community-level solutions. Education and awareness cannot be the conclusion to every social problem. For geography, use process diagrams, maps, spatial distribution and human-environment linkage. A resource or industry location answer should show factors, how technology or markets change them, and regional consequences. A geophysical hazard answer should distinguish process, vulnerability, impact and risk reduction. The 2013 to 2025 classified mains corpus in this project contains 270 top-level G.S. Paper 1 question units, 95 in geography, 91 in history and culture, and 84 in society. That balanced historical spread is not a forecast. It is a warning against preparing G.S. Paper 1 as only modern history or only society. G.S. Paper 2's official clusters are constitutional evolution and provisions, federalism and local devolution, separation of powers, comparative constitutionalism, parliament and state legislatures, executive and judiciary, pressure groups, election law, constitutional and other bodies, government policies, development actors, welfare and vulnerable groups, health, education and human resources, poverty and hunger, transparency, accountability and e-governance, civil services, India's neighborhood, bilateral and multilateral groupings, global politics and diaspora, and international institutions. For constitution answers, use the provision or principle, its purpose, institutional practice, friction, judicial doctrine where relevant, and a reform that respects constitutional design. Do not turn every answer into an article number exhibition. For governance and social justice, trace the delivery chain, legal entitlement, design, finance, center, state or local responsibility, administrative capacity, access barrier, accountability and outcome. Evidence may come from official dashboards, CAG reports, parliamentary committees, national surveys and credible evaluations. Distinguish an allocation from expenditure and expenditure from outcome. For international relations, organized by India's interests, security, sovereignty, trade, technology, energy, connectivity, diaspora, climate and multilateral influence. Map the geography. Identify convergence and divergence. Separate declared policy from observable constraint. End with strategic options, not slogans. In the project's 2013 to 2025 classification, G.S. Paper 2's to 65 top-level units divide broadly into 124 polity and constitution, 83 governance and social justice, and 58 international relations. Again, historical description, no guaranteed paper allocation. The G.S. Paper 2 output set is a constitutional doctrine sheet, institutional comparison grid, major judgment principles, governance delivery templates, vulnerable group issue sheets, health and education evidence pages, bilateral relationship matrices, a neighborhood map, and international organization mandate cards. GS. Paper 3 officially covers Indian economy, planning, resources, growth and employment, inclusive growth and budgeting, agriculture from crops and irrigation through subsidies, food security, animal rearing, processing and land reforms, liberalization, industry, infrastructure and investment, science and technology, conservation, pollution and environmental impact assessment, disaster management, and internal security, cyber, money laundering, borders, organized crime, terrorism and security agencies. For economy, use mechanism plus evidence plus distribution. State how a reform affects growth, employment, inflation, fiscal space, federalism, firms and households. For agriculture, use the value chain frame, agroclimate and input, production, risk, irrigation, extension, procurement, storage, market, processing, trade, nutrition and sustainability. Avoid discussing farmers as one homogeneous category. For science and technology, explain capability, application, Indian ecosystem, risk, ethics and regulation. For environment, combine ecological science, livelihood trade-offs, law, institutions, finance and just transition. For disaster management, use hazard, exposure, vulnerability and capacity, then prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery and build back better. Cite the relevant institutional framework, but focus on operational coordination. For internal security, build threat, vulnerability, actor, method, impact, response chains. Cover development and extremism, state and non-state actors, communication networks and media, cyber security, money laundering, border management, organized crime and terrorism, and mandates of security agencies. Preserve civil liberties, federal responsibilities, community trust and technology limits in the analysis. The project's 2013 to 2025 GS Paper 3 classification contains 265 top-level units, 67 economy, 53 internal security, 51 agriculture, 43 science and technology, 34 environment, and 17 disaster management. That history argues for a 6-cluster system. It does not license dropping disaster management because its aggregate count is smaller. Your GS Paper 3 outputs are mechanism maps, a dated economic evidence page, an agriculture value chain matrix, technology capability cards, environment case sheets, disaster frameworks with local examples, security actor and agency maps, and small diagram templates rehearsed under time. GS Paper 4 officially covers ethics and human interface, human values, attitude, civil service aptitude and foundational values, emotional intelligence, thinkers, public service ethics, ethical dilemmas, accountability, corporate and international ethics, probity, transparency, right to information, codes, citizen charters, work culture, service delivery, public funds and corruption, plus case studies. Prepare theory as a usable vocabulary, not ornamental philosophy. For each value, integrity, impartiality, objectivity, empathy, compassion, courage, accountability, define it, distinguish it from neighbors, show an administrative application, identify a conflict and give a grounded example. For thinkers, learn a small number of ideas accurately and apply them. Name dropping without connection earns little. For case studies, use a discipline sequence, facts and missing facts, stakeholders, legal and official duties, ethical values in conflict, feasible options, consequences, including second-order effects, chosen action, implementation, and safeguards. Do not propose an option that is morally attractive but legally impossible, financially undefined or administratively vague. Do not use resign as a universal escape from responsibility. Build examples from public administration, local communities, professional life, institutional reforms and documented conduct. Protect privacy. Do not invent hero stories. Keep a quote bank only for lines you can verify. The project classifies 237 top-level GS Paper 4 units from 2013 to 2025, 100 ethics theory units, 76 case studies and 61 public service ethics or probity units. This is an aggregate orientation, not a future blueprint. Your outputs are a definitions and distinctions deck, values example ledger, thinker application cards, probity tool sheet and a case study workbook. Write one theory answer and one case study each week. then increase to full paper simulations. The qualifying language papers test comprehension, phrases, usage and vocabulary, short essays, and, on the Indian language side, translation. They are qualifying, but the official notice makes the consequence serious. The merit papers are taken cognizance of only when the prescribed minimum is attained, subject to notified exemptions. Take an official paper early. If your grammar, translation or phrases is weak, schedule repair. Do not discover it after mains preparation. Optional selection deserves a separate decision process. Briefly, compare genuine syllabus interest, access to the official syllabus and previous year questions, your capacity to reach the required academic level, source availability in your medium, answer writing fit, and time already invested. Graduation background can help but does not automatically decide. Short syllabus, popularity and last year's highest score are weak reasons by themselves. Download the exact optional syllabus and several official papers before committing. Integrated preparation does not mean writing mains answers in the final week before prelims or solving random multiple choice questions all year. It means building the shared static core once and transforming it into two outputs. Take federalism. The prelims side needs provisions, institutions, conditions and precise distinctions. The mains side needs constitutional purpose, fiscal and administrative tensions, evidence, court principles, examples and reforms. Take climate change. Prelims needs processes, gases, agreements, species and institutions. Mains needs mitigation, adaptation, finance, equity, technology, livelihoods and governance. Same core, different retrieval task. Keep each subject folder in two panes, prelims precision and mains analysis. During the long foundation phase, work both. As prelims approaches, increase objective mixed practice and compression. After prelims, switch rapidly to timed mains output, but only because the analytical notes and answer practice already exist. A subject is not complete when its playlist ends. Mark the foundation complete when you can reproduce its map, solve its official topic-wise previous year questions with explained reasoning, identify your error patterns, and produce the required compact sheets. Mark the prelims layer stable only after performance survives mixed tests. Mark the mains layer usable only after timed answers receive review and improve. Track outputs, not hours alone, process diagrams drawn from memory, maps correctly placed, comparison grids recalled, previous year questions solved, recurring errors reduced, CSAT domain accuracy, answers completed on time, examples verified, revision sheets compressed. R's are inputs. These are capabilities. A balanced editorial week can contain 2 major static subject blocks, daily short current processing, 2 or 3 CSAT sessions according to diagnostic need, topic-wise previous year questions immediately after learning, 1 mixed prelims test, 2 to 4 mains answers across papers, 1 essay outline, and 1 consolidation block that updates notes and the error ledger. The exact hours depend on whether you are in college, employed, caregiving, repeating or preparing full-time. The invariant is the loop. No week should be only consumption. Every week must contain retrieval, testing, error repair and a timed written output. Your notes should shrink over time. First pass, coherent concept notes. Second pass, comparisons, diagrams and error annotations. Third pass, 1-page issue sheets and recall prompts. Final phase, only the material that triggers the larger structure. Do not compress before understanding. That creates cryptic notes. Do not refuse to compress after understanding. That makes revision impossible. The test of a final note is whether it restores a network of knowledge, not whether it contains every sentence you once read. The UPSC syllabus is vast, but it is not shapeless. Polity is institutions and limits. Economy is mechanisms and distribution. History is chronology, geography, causation and evidence. Geography is process in space. Environment is ecology joined to governance. Science is capability joined to constraint. Current affairs is change routed into the static map. CSAT is a measurable skill system. Mains is knowledge transformed into judgment under time. You do not need to know everything ever published. You need complete command over the notified syllabus, repeated contact with the official papers, reliable evidence, and an honest feedback loop. The aspirant World Health Organization keeps collecting sources, feels busy. The aspirant World Health Organization retrieves, tests, diagnoses and repairs becomes dangerous to the exam. Close this chapter by doing one thing immediately. Print or copy the official syllabus. Beside every line, write the output that will prove mastery. Not watch lecture. Not read book. Write, map, grid, test, essay, answer, error repaired. That is where preparation stops being aspiration and becomes a system. Prelims is a screening examination. Its marks do not enter the final rank, but it can end the attempt in one day. It tests knowledge, concepts, reading, elimination, risk and time together. The first mistake is preparing subject by subject without previous questions. The second is solving questions without repairing the source. For every topic, use this cycle, scan previous questions. Learn the concept. Solve 30 to 50 topic questions. Classify errors. Make recall prompts. Return in a mixed set. Then test in a full paper. Previous questions do not tell you the exact next question. They reveal the language of statements, recurring concepts, depth, traps and the difference between syllabus words and paper demand. Topic tests are for learning. Full tests are for performance. A beginner World Health Organization takes only full marks, receives a red score but little diagnosis. A mature candidate World Health Organization takes only topic tests, never trains uncertainty and endurance. Begin with sections. Move to mixed 50 question sets. In the final months, write full G.S. papers and separate full CSAT papers under exact time. Review should take at least as long as the test, often longer during learning. Your error ledger contains date, paper, topic, chosen answer, correct answer, confidence, error class, repair, and retest date. Review it before the next mock. If the same error returns 3 times, the repair failed. Kabir's ledger reveals something surprising. He did not lose most marks in obscure facts. He lost them in medium confidence attempts where he had eliminated one option and then guessed emotionally. His knowledge strategy was actually a risk strategy. So label attempts A, B and C. A means you know or can derive the answer strongly. B means you can eliminate to 2 with a defensible rule. C means weak hunch. After 5 papers, calculate net marks contributed by each band. Maybe your B attempts are profitable. Maybe they are not. Maybe C destroys 15 marks on average. Build the attempt policy from your data, not attempt 85 questions. Negative marking makes accuracy relevant. Also track the moving average and the lower tail. The best mock score is emotionally satisfying and statistically unhelpful. The 5-test average shows direction. The worst 2 average shows exam day vulnerability. Score variance matters. Do not treat coaching mock trivia as an instruction to buy a new book. Ask whether the item maps to the UPSC syllabus, previous question style and a credible source. Bad tests create bad resource inflation. Revision must dominate the final prelims phase. A first reading creates familiarity. Multiple retrieval cycles create availability. Use maps for geography, timelines for history, institution cards for polity, flow diagrams for economy, concept and convention tables for environment, and current issue boxes where static and current material meet. Avoid subject weight promises. Historical analysis can show ranges and patterns, but UPSC publishes no guaranteed topic allocation. The next paper can redistribute questions. Build broad competence and use historical weights to allocate marginal time, not to delete entire syllabus areas. Now test behavior. Develop a 2 or 3 pass sequence in mocks. First pass takes high certainty, lower time questions. Second pass handles derivation and elimination. Third pass considers flagged questions under the risk policy. Use time checkpoints that you have tested. Do not change strategy on exam morning because the first 5 questions feel difficult. Read the stem actively. Mark not, incorrect, pair counts, chronology and scope. When a statement contains an absolute word, do not reject it automatically, evaluate it. Elimination tricks are hypotheses, not laws. Practice bubbling according to the current paper instructions. Some candidates transfer in batches, some bubble immediately. Test both under realistic conditions and choose the lower error process. Reserve verification time. Asha uses printed OMR practice because exam day motor behavior must not be new. Arjun is strong at logic but tends to overanalyze. He sets a time ceiling. Mariam knows polity but misses numerical and comprehension speed, so her CSAT track remains separate. Nandini practices with a workflow and accommodations relevant to her official situation. The last 2 weeks are not a mock competition. Use a smaller number of representative tests, compressed revision, sleep and logistics. Stop chasing a score from 5 different institute keys. If you do not have a last test, schedule an official previous paper now. CSAT requires 33% under the current scheme. That sentence has eliminated thousands of hours of otherwise good GS preparation. Qualifying describes how the marks are used. It does not describe difficulty for you. If your diagnostic is below 66, begin a C0 rescue immediately. Use 5 sessions a week for 8 weeks, roughly 60 to 90 minutes each. Week 1 identifies the section split and restores basic arithmetic and reading accuracy. Week 2 covers ratios, percentages, averages and passage main idea. Week 3 covers profit and loss, time and work, speed and distance, and inference. Week 4 covers algebra and number basics plus logical arrangement. Week 5 covers data interpretation and mixed comprehension. Week 6 introduces sectional timing and question selection. Week 7 and 8 use full papers and deep review. This list is not a promise of exact topic weight. It is a prerequisite sequence. Start where the diagnostic breaks. If your score is 66 to 84, use 3 to 5 hours a week. If it is 85 to 104, maintain about 2 hours and periodic full sections. Above 105, still take a time set or paper regularly. The safety gate is not one lucky 90. Aim for 2 consecutive diverse full papers above 90 without one section collapsing, then maintain. Comprehension is not solved by reading more in the abstract. Diagnose main idea, inference, tone, assumption, detail, speed or options. Arithmetic is not solved by memorizing tricks without concepts. Learn the school-level base, then practice selection. On paper, start with personal strengths. Use checkpoints, for example at 40, 80 and 110 minutes, but only after testing them. Skip ego traps. 10 minutes spent proving that you can solve one hard problem may cost 4 easy ones. Mariam's rescue is non-negotiable. Her early week contains 5 CSAT sessions. She does not wait until P-12. Arjun's engineering background earns him a diagnostic, not a waiver. Meera's fatigue means she needs full papers after duty pattern simulation, not only fresh morning sets. Main is where prepared knowledge becomes visible, or does not. UPSC Specimen General Studies booklet shows the basic production constraint, 20 compulsory questions in 3 hours, with 150 word and 250 word limits. The exact paper instructions control on exam day. Your practice must respect space, time, medium and completion. Begin every answer with the demand. Circle the directive, discuss, analyze, evaluate, critically examine, comment, compare, elucidate. Underline the subject, scope, time period and subparts. Spend seconds creating a skeleton. Then use an answer algorithm. Open with a definition, constitutional frame, current context or direct thesis. Do not spend 1/4 of the answer announcing the topic. Build 3 to 5 demand-led dimensions. Add accurate evidence, a provision, case, committee, report, data point, example, map or diagram when useful. Include constraint or counterview if the directive needs balance. End with a feasible, constitutional and prioritized way forward. Suppose the question asks you to critically examine technology in welfare delivery. A generic answer lists Aadhaar, apps and benefits. A demand-led answer defines the delivery problem, shows inclusion and efficiency gains, then analyzes exclusion errors, authentication failure, data protection, grievance access, federal capacity and offline alternatives. It ends with assisted access, audit, privacy safeguards, exception handling and human accountability. Technology is not praised or attacked. It is guarded. Practice progression. For the first 2 weeks, Write one answer a day without severe time pressure. Learn to decode the question and build a skeleton. In weeks 3 and 4, write 2 timed answers a day. From weeks 5 to 8, write 5 or 10 answer sections weekly. Then introduce sectional and full papers. After prelims, frequency rises sharply. Use a 0 to 2 rubric across 10 fields: demand answered, factual accuracy, structure, analysis, evidence, balance, solution quality, language and legibility, time and word discipline, and completion. The evaluator must give one strength, the largest cause of lost marks, and one next paper experiment. Good is not feedback. A red pen that rewrites the model answer is also not feedback. Full paper practice exposes what isolated answers hide. Maybe your first 10 answers are strong and the last 5 collapse. Maybe your introductions consume too much time. Maybe diagrams slow rather than help. Maybe your hand hurts. Maybe you spend 12 minutes on a 10-marker and abandon a 15-marker. A common practice allocation is roughly 7 minutes for a 150-word 10-marker and 10 to 11 minutes for a 250-word 15-marker, leaving some navigation and checking time. This is a training starting point, not an official UPSC instruction. Test and adjust while finishing the whole paper. Now GS, paper character. GS1 benefits from timelines, maps, process, social dimensions and historical causation. But a map does not replace explanation. GS2 requires constitutional and institutional precision, policy and governance analysis, social justice and international relations. Use provisions and cases accurately, then discuss implementation and stakeholders. GS3 often benefits from mechanisms, flow diagrams, data, risk chains and policy trade-offs across economy, agriculture, environment, science, security and disaster management. GS4 requires clear ethical concepts, public service application and reasoned case decisions. Legal compliance is a flaw, not the entire ethical analysis. Across all 4, UPSC's own general instruction emphasizes orderly, effective and exact expression with economy of words. That should be on the editing room wall. Arjun's first answers are technically neat but socially thin. His feedback rule requires one stakeholder and one implementation dimension. Mariam's answers are rich but exceed the demand, she limits headings. Asha's Hindi answers become faster when she stops translating. Introductions. Kabir's content is broad but his full paper completion collapses. He changes time, not sources. Essay is not a long GS answer and not a quotation contest. First, interpret the topic. Write what the key terms could mean, what tension the topic contains, and what it does not ask. Form a thesis you can defend. Then build architecture. Move across levels when natural, individual, family, society, state, economy, technology, environment, history and world. Do not mechanically force every dimension. Each paragraph should advance the argument. Use examples as evidence, not decoration, history, public policy, science, literature, ordinary life and current events. One deeply explained example is stronger than 6 names. Address a counter view. A good essay can say, this claim is substantially true, but only under these conditions. Balance is not indecision, it is controlled judgment. End by resolving the tension, not repeating the introduction. Build theme webs for education, democracy, justice, work, gender, technology, environment, science, culture and philosophical themes. Each web contains tensions, examples, thinkers or ideas you genuinely understand, counterarguments and bridges to other themes. Practice in stages, 20-minute outline, 45-minute section, 1 full essay every 2 weeks, then weekly in main phase, then the complete paper simulation. Review topic interpretation, thesis, sequence, transitions, examples, counterargument, depth, language, conclusion and time. Never fabricate a quotation. If you are unsure World Health Organization said it, express the idea in your own words. Mariam's risk is eloquence without a central thesis. Arjun's risk is a report with headings but no essay flow. Asha's risk is believing she needs famous English quotations. She does not. Thought travels in every permitted language. Ethics theory becomes usable through contrast and application. For each term, integrity, impartiality, objectivity, empathy, accountability, compassion, courage, write your own definition, an adjacent and opposite idea, public service relevance, one thinker or framework you actually understand, one Indian or ordinary life example, one counterexample and one limitation. For case studies, use a grid. State the relevant facts without inventing them. Identify stakeholders, especially people with less power. List rights, duties and values. Name the conflicts. Generate options. Test legality, ethics, feasibility, short and long-term consequences, precedent and public trust. Choose. Then explain implementation safeguards, documentation, consultation, transparency, appeal and review. Suppose an officer faces pressure to release an incomplete project before monsoon. Refuse corruption may be morally attractive but analytically incomplete. What is the immediate public risk? Can urgent safe work proceed while defects are documented? World Health Organization must be informed? Is independent inspection needed? What record protects accountability? How are vulnerable residents warned? Ethics is a quality of the whole decision, not a heroic sentence. Write 2 to 4 cases a week in the integrated phase. After prelims, increase to 6 to 10 and full paper practice. Maintain a weekly ethical incident journal from public life, work and administration, with privacy and accuracy. Meera brings medical triage and consent inside, but cannot simply transplant hospital protocol. Arjun brings data and conflict of interest examples from technology. Nandini notices accessibility and dignity impacts that generic case answers omit. Your life can enrich ethics if you analyze it honestly. Once chosen, the optional receives a separate production system. Every microtopic has one source, previous questions, core note, recall questions, answers or problems, feedback and revision dates. Scholars, cases, formulas, maps, derivations or texts depend on the subject. Do not import AG/S, note and call it optional depth. Technical optionals require step accuracy, assumptions, diagrams, units and full paper stamina. Humanities optionals require concepts, debates, thinkers and application without losing the specific question. Literature requires textual knowledge, criticism, language and the prescribed syllabus. Write sectional tests during first coverage, not only after. A full paper can reveal that knowledge is present but selection or speed is not. In the post-prelims phase, optional deserves roughly 1/3 to nearly 1/2 of study time depending on marks risk. And schedule 1 complete diagnostic for each required qualifying language paper. Repair grammar, comprehension, praise or translation early. The form chapter has explained World Health Organization may be exempt and what the current rules say. Strategy should never gamble on the word qualifying. The personality test is not a quiz show after the real examination. UPSC's own description speaks of suitability for public service, mental alertness, critical assimilation, clear and logical exposition, balanced judgment, depth of interest, social cohesion, leadership and intellectual and moral integrity. Your preparation should train those qualities, not hide them behind memorized phrases. Begin with an interview profile claim ledger. Aspirants often call this the DF ledger, although the 2026 rules and new portal use the common application form plus state-specific updates rather than that legacy label. Every word you submit can become a question. Your name, hometown, district, state, schooling, degree, university, work, awards, responsibilities, hobby, optional, service preference and cadre preference where applicable. For every claim, build 5 columns. Column 1 is facts. What is your district's geography, economy, culture and administration? What are the fundamentals of your degree? What does your employer or sector actually do? Column 2 is current issues. Which 3 to 5 live questions affect the place or field? Column 3 is reflection. What did you learn? What changed your mind? What failure did you own? Why does the hobby matter beyond a label? Column 4 is the administrative angle. What are the stakeholders, constraints, constitutional values and practical options? Column 5 is challenge. What is the criticism? What would someone World Health Organization disagrees say? Why leave your job? Why the service? Why not use your current profession for public value? Arjun cannot write reading as a hobby and then prepare a list of 3 books the night before. If reading is genuine, he should discuss what he reads, how his choices changed, and one idea he disagrees with. If the form is already locked, he prepares honestly. If a future form permits a truthful, precise description, he does not inflate. Meera may be asked why she wants civil services after medicine. A poor answer insults one profession to praise another. A mature answer recognizes the value of clinical service, explains the public problem she wants to work on, and acknowledges that administration requires different skills. Asha's district knowledge is not trivia about every temple. It includes livelihoods, infrastructure, health, education, ecology, gun strengths, and local voices. Nandini can discuss accessibility from lived experience without being reduced to it. The candidate is larger than one identity. Daily interview practice can be compact: 30 minutes of issues, 30 minutes of D.A.F., 20 minutes of spoken answers. Twice a week, use a panel, mentor, or serious peers. Once a week, record and review. Most answers should be 45 to 90 seconds unless the board continues. Listen to the exact question. Clarify ambiguity. A useful structure is: acknowledge the issue, state your position, give 2 reasons or pieces of evidence, note 1 caveat, and suggest a practical way forward. If asked whether social media should be regulated, do not launch the prepared 2-minute speech on artificial intelligence. Answer: regulation. Distinguish illegal harm, platform accountability, free expression, due process, privacy, and enforcement capacity. If you do not know a fact, say so cleanly. I am sorry, I do not know is better than a confident invention. Balance is not the performance of saying both sides to everything. It is weighing evidence and values, then deciding. Mocks are useful when they expose speech, listening, D.A.F., gaps, defensiveness, or rambling. Too many can create a synthetic candidate. World Health Organization says multi-stakeholder approach before understanding the question. Use fewer diverse mocks. Extract patterns. Keep your natural voice. Do not learn an accent. Do not wear borrowed certainty. Do not turn hobbies into a syllabus larger than G.S. The board already has your written record. Interview preparation should make thought more available and expression more honest. UPSC preparation rewards long-term cognition. Chronic sleep loss, untreated illness, and panic are not evidence of seriousness. They are performance risks. Most adults need at least 7 hours of good quality sleep. Sleep supports memory, mood, decision-making, and attention. If you wake at 5, bedtime must move. The brain does not accept motivational debt. World Health Organization recommends adults accumulate roughly 150 to 300 minutes of moderate aerobic activity a week, or a vigorous equivalent, with strengthening work on 2 days. You do not need an athlete's program. Brisk walking, mobility, and short strength sessions are a practical beginning. If you have a medical condition, pregnancy, disability, or injury, use appropriate professional guidance and adapt. Eat ordinary regular meals. Hydrate. Obtain daylight. Continue prescribed treatment. Do not begin an untested supplement, stimulant stack, or severe diet before the examination. Keep 1 half day off each week. Use 1 lower load week every 4 to 6 weeks when needed. Recovery is scheduled maintenance. Without it, the machine chooses its own breakdown date. Use a traffic light. Green means sleep is stable, recall is improving, ordinary anxiety is manageable, and relationships still function. Continue. Amber means a week or more of poor sleep, irritability, dread, falling scores, headaches, isolation, or increasing stimulant use. Reduce load by 20 to 30% for several days. Restore sleep and movement. Review the plan. Talk to someone. Red means persistent hopelessness, panic, inability to function, severe substance misuse, self-harm thoughts, or acute medical symptoms. Stop optimizing the exam and seek professional or emergency help. India's Telemanas National Service is available by dialing 14416 or 1-800-891-4416, according to government information. A helpline is not a substitute for local emergency care when danger is immediate. Use the word burnout carefully. World Health Organization classifies burnout as an occupational phenomenon, not a medical condition, and defines it in a work context. Exam distress may involve anxiety, depression, grief, sleep disorder, family conflict or something else. Do not self-diagnose from a reel. Meera does not sacrifice clinical safety for a late-night mock. Arjun does not drive sleep-deprived while listening to lectures. Mariam keeps exercise during exam season. Asha plans heat, travel and food for the exam center. Nandini ensures medication, accessibility and transport logistics are stable. In the final 2 weeks, align sleep with exam hours. Practice the same breakfast and caffeine pattern during mocks. Pack the official documents, permitted items, medicines and transport plan early. One extra compilation is not worth arriving cognitively broken. An attempt exists inside a household, a career and a finite life. If you share money or care work, hold one explicit planning meeting. Cover the monthly budget cap, study slots, chores, child care or elder care, exam dates, travel, illness backup, what support is realistic and the review date. Do not ask family to provide infinite patience for an undefined number of years. The candidate also owes the family clarity. If Arjun keeps the job, he protects work obligations and tells his family which hours are fixed. If he considers a break, he shares the runway and end date. If Meera needs roster support, she asks professionally and early. If Mariam wants a first attempt after graduation, she still completes her degree and maintains employability. A fallback is not negative thinking. It reduces desperation and improves decision quality. For a student, fallback means the degree, internships and a job skill. For a working professional, it means retaining competence, relationships and a re-entry story. For a full-time candidate, it may mean part-time work, certification, teaching, freelancing or a planned return date, chosen honestly, not as another distraction. Before the first serious attempt, write the maximum number of years or attempts you are willing and eligible to invest. Write the cash and opportunity cost ceiling. Write what evidence justifies another attempt, perhaps complete coverage, safely qualified CSAT, improving moving averages, main marks near the required range, or an independently diagnosed repair. Also write stop and pause conditions. A health crisis, debt, caregiving emergency, repeated non-adherence, lost eligibility, no learning signal or a better life opportunity may change the rational decision. Stopping after an evidence-based review is not moral failure. Continuing without runway, help or learning is not automatically courage. Kabir's third attempt should not exist because 2 attempts already happened. It should exist if the post-mortem shows specific repairable causes and his life can carry the cost. Asha should not borrow living expenses for a coaching brand without a repayment path. Arjun should not remain trapped because quitting the exam would make all sacrifice feel wasted. Past cost is gone. Future value decides. The civil services are one form of public contribution, not the only respectable life. This sentence does not weaken ambition. It frees ambition from panic. Let us compress the most common failure patterns. Repair 1. Replace vague coverage with a syllabus output tracker. I finished polity means nothing. Which syllabus lines, previous questions, recall, multiple choice questions and answers are ready? Repair 2. Replace source accumulation with source control. 1 core, 1 gap filler, official updates and output. Delete duplicates. A downloaded PDF is not acquired knowledge. Repair 3. Replace lecture completion with retrieval. Same-day recall, weekly tests and timed answers. Watching at 2 times speed can double exposure and leave learning at 0. Repair 4. Replace current affairs volume with issue dossiers. 1 daily input or 1 monthly substitute. Not both, plus 3 more. Repair 5. Start optional, CSAT and main writing early. These are the 3 things candidates postpone because they expose weakness. That is exactly why they must start. Repair 6. Replace score chasing with error repair. Fewer mocks, deeper review. Track recurring error classes, moving average and lower tail. Do not buy a new book because one institute asked an obscure fact. Repair 7. Replace universal strategy with measured strategy. No universal attempt count, safe score, optional, medium, city, booklist or wake-up time. Test your accuracy, language, hours and health. Repair 8. Replace pending emotion with bottleneck buying. A course must solve a named problem. A coaching timetable is not your revision plan. Delhi is not a syllabus point. Repair 9. Replace heroic exhaustion with sustainable load. 7+ hours of sleep, movement, 1 half-day recovery, or working traffic light and honest help when needed. Repair 10. Replace identity with review dates. An aspirant is a person running a time-bound plan, not a permanent social category. Every 12 weeks, ask whether the process is producing learning. Now 5 state-specific traps. Before prelims, do not let CSAT become tomorrow's problem. During prelims, do not abandon the tested risk policy because the paper feels strange. After prelims, do not wait for certainty before main writing. Before main, do not begin new broad sources when revision and production are weak. Before interview, do not manufacture hobbies, opinions or an administrative accent. And 5 administrative strategy traps. Do not confuse a saved draft with a submitted form. Do not leave documents and certificates to the last day. Do not assume the medium, optional or center can be casually changed later. Do not rely on an agent's memory over the current official instructions. Do not let preparation make you careless about the process that allows you to sit the paper. No character receives a magical resource. Each receives the correct repair. Before the final contract, let us watch one ordinary week. This is where personalized strategy becomes visible. Asha has 22 focused hours. Sunday afternoon is her connectivity window. She downloads 1 polity unit, 1 geography unit, the week's official issue documents, 150 mixed questions, 2 CSAT sections and 10 main prompts. She saves everything on the phone and a memory card. She checks that the PDFs contain selectable text where needed. Then data goes off. Monday morning, she studies polity for 90 minutes. At night, she recalls the institution from a blank page and writes one 150-word answer in Hindi. Tuesday repeats the cycle for geography with a blank map. Wednesday is optional. Thursday is economy and 1 CSAT section. Friday is optional and answer writing. Saturday morning is a timed mixed test. Saturday afternoon is review. She classifies every wrong answer and photographs to main answers for her small peer evaluation group. Sunday morning compresses current issues. Sunday evening downloads the next pack. Her week has no live class, but it contains concepts, recall, prelims, CSAT, main, optional and review. Her constraint changed distribution, not quality. Arjun has 23 to 25 hours. His alarm is not heroic, his bedtime protects it. Monday to Friday, 7 to 9 in the morning is deep work. 3 mornings belong to optional, to 2 core GS. During lunch on 4 days, he spends 20 minutes on closed book recall and 15 on an issue card. Monday, Wednesday and Thursday evenings hold 1 answer or a CSAT set. Tuesday and Friday evenings are free. Saturday morning is a full or sectional paper. He takes lunch, then spends 2 hours reviewing it before any new reading. Saturday evening is optional. Sunday has 2 deep blocks, current affairs consolidation, weekly review and a half day with family. When office pressure destroys 2 mornings, he does not steal sleep. He drops the lowest priority new unit and protects the test, review and optional. Mariam has 20 hours during a normal college week. Her morning block alternates GS and optional. 2 gaps between classes become CSAT concept sessions, 1 becomes current affairs recall. 3 evenings hold timed answers. Saturday carries a CSAT full or half paper and review. Sunday carries optional, 1 essay outline and placement preparation. When semester exams approach, UPSC falls to 8 maintenance hours, 1 CSAT set, 1 optional recall block, 2 answers and 1 current issue review. She does not create academic failure to prove UPSC commitment. After the semester, the full route resumes. Meera does not own a normal week. Her 14-day roster shows 4 long duty days, 3 lighter days, 2 nights and 5 off or recovery windows. She places 5 90-minute optional GS, D blocks after good sleep, not before duty. 4 30-minute writing blocks fit lighter days. 2 full or half tests occupy off mornings. 1 2-hour review follows each. Short audio or recall cards appear during safe, non-clinical travel or breaks, never during work requiring attention. At the end of 14 days, she checks quotas, not weekday perfection. If an emergency shift removes an off day, the quota rolls forward once. It does not compound into punishment. Her professional duty and patient safety remain absolute. Kabir has 38 focused hours because he is full-time and already owns first coverage. Monday and Tuesday begin with mixed prelims blocks, not foundation lectures. Wednesday morning is optional sectional writing. Thursday is G.S. revision through blank page recall. Friday is a mixed test. Saturday is full review and repair. Sunday contains main answers, CSAT and a half day off. 70% of his prelim study is testing, review and revision. New material enters only from a verified error gap or official current development. He tracks 5 test average, worst to average, ABC confidence accuracy and recurring errors. His week is less visually impressive than last year's 12-hour classroom days. It is more exam specific. Nandini's focused hour total depends on fatigue and access needs. Her week uses the same outputs but builds setup time honestly into logistics. Materials are converted into navigable text before the study block. Screen reader headings are consistent. Practice sessions test the assistive workflow. 1 weekly administrative block tracks official documents, certificate validity, accommodation instructions, center travel and backup support. She does not count conversion or access troubleshooting as a personal intellectual failure. It is a design task that must be scheduled. Now notice what all 6 protect. They protect 1 hard learning block when energy is best. They protect recall. They protect exam output. They protect a test and its review. They protect optional. They protect CSAT according to risk. And they protect recovery. What changes as prelims approaches? The content ratio, not the entire identity. Asha downloads more mixed papers and fewer new units. Arjun's morning blocks shift toward revision and full paper error repair while 1 optional maintenance block survives. Mariam increases CSAT. Mira uses leave or roster flexibility only where possible and professional. Kabir narrows sources further. Nandini increases complete exam workflow simulations and travel certainty. What changes after prelims? Full paper writing expands immediately. Optional receives 1/3 to nearly 1/2 of time depending on risk. Essay and ethics enter every week. Hand endurance, booklet use and qualifying languages become visible. And what happens when a week fails? Take Arjun's example. He planned 24 hours and produced 16 because of a release deadline. He does not move 8 missed hours into Sunday. He asks which outputs survived. The optional block, test and review survived, to new G.S. units did not. He records the capacity issue, plans 20 hours next week, and tests whether 1 evening can be recovered. If work destroys the plan for 4 weeks, the 12-week review changes the target or work arrangement. Take Asha. Rain cuts connectivity on Sunday. Because last week's pack contains 1 buffer unit and 2 offline papers, Monday does not disappear. Redundancy is part of low bandwidth strategy. Take Meera. A hospital emergency removes a test. She reschedules it to the next true recovery window. She does not take it after 20 hours awake to preserve a spreadsheet streak. That score would measure sleep deprivation, not readiness. Your timetable should fail gracefully. A brittle timetable works only when life is perfect. A robust timetable knows what gets protected, reduced, moved and dropped. If the answer is sleep, change it. Drop the lowest priority new content first. Protect the learning loop. You began this chapter with a hidden constraint. Now turn the entire system into 12 weeks. Page 1. Write the research date and link to the current official notice. Your strategy has a version. Page 2. Write the candidate code, cycle, weekly time, G.S., CSAT, writing, optional, medium, budget, constraints and attempt stage. Page 3. Choose one 12-week outcome. Not clear UPSC. Something controllable. Complete first coverage of 4 core areas. Take optional from O1 to O2. Move CSAT from C0 to 2 papers above 90. Or complete a main second revision and full paper sequence. Page 4. Freeze the resource stack. 1 core source per area. Official update source. Previous questions and revision output. Page 5. Write weekly quantities, units, reviewed multiple choice questions, CSAT sessions, main answers, essay and ethics output, optional output and revision blocks. Page 6. Schedule the first 4 tests and their review periods. A test without review has no place on the calendar. Page 7. Write the optional audition or completion milestone and the medium evidence. Page 8. Write the cash cap, opportunity cost and any purchase bottleneck. Page 9. Write sleep flow, movement plan, half-day recovery and traffic light response. Page 10. Write the family or employer conversation that must happen. Page 11. Write the review metrics, adherence, recall, 5-test average, error recurrence, answer completion, health and spending. Page 12. Write the review date and the conditions to continue, change route, pause or stop. Now return to our 6 candidates. Asha does not leave with a list of things she cannot afford. She leaves with an offline weekly pack, Hindi output system, travel plan and a precise reason to buy feedback only if needed. Arjun does not resign tonight. He leaves with a 23-hour route, a 12-week proof period, a runway spreadsheet and a condition under which a career break becomes discussable. Mariam does not use humanity's confidence to hide a CSAT risk. She protects placements, writes main answers and begins the 8-week rescue. Mia does not force hospital life into a Monday to Sunday fantasy. She uses 14-day anchor quotas, audits medical science and protects safe work and sleep. Kabir does not restart from page 1. He classifies the failed attempt, removes duplicate sources, tracks confidence and keeps main writing alive. Nandini does not receive a final minute accessibility disclaimer. Her materials, practice, documents, travel and official provisions form one route from the beginning. This is what personalized strategy actually means. Not 6 different standards. 6 different systems producing the same exam-ready outputs. The thumbnail challenged you to finish this in one sitting. Fine. But the real challenge begins when the screen goes dark. Tomorrow, do only 7 things. Open the current official syllabus. Schedule the G, S, and CSAT diagnostics. Start the 7-day time log. Freeze 1 core source. Shortlist the optional. Write 1 main answer. Set the 12-week review date. Bus. Do not redesign your entire life tonight. UPSC preparation is not the art of feeling behind. It is the discipline of repeatedly converting a vast syllabus into limited, accurate, retrievable and writable knowledge inside a life you can sustain. Build that system. Test it. Repair it. And let evidence, not fear, decide the next move. The course ends where preparation begins, tomorrow morning. On day 1, complete the eligibility and attempt ledger. Write your date of birth from the matriculation certificate, category claim, certificate status, attempts used and next eligible cycle. If any answer is uncertain, the task is not to study harder. The task is to resolve it through the current official notice. On day 2, write one-time prelims GS section and classify every error. On day 3, write one-time CSAT section even if you believe mathematics is your strength. On day 4, plan and write to mains answers within the clock. On day 5, audition to optional candidates using syllabus, previous questions and a short answer, not someone else's rank. On day 6, build the smallest source stack that covers your syllabus output map. On day 7, assemble the weekly production contract and choose the date 12 weeks from now when you will decide whether the system is working. For the next 12 weeks, do not measure seriousness in hours announced. Measure outputs completed, chapters recalled, questions reviewed, answers written, tests finished, errors repaired and revision cycles closed. Asha's first move is to download one offline weekly pack and create a Hindi-English term glossary. Arjun keeps his job while he tests a 23-hour weekly route. Mariam begins the CSAT rescue before her comfortable subjects. Meera replaces a fragile daily timetable with weekly anchor quotas. Kabir bans new sources until his near-miss errors are counted. Nandini tests documents, accommodations and tools under timed conditions rather than trusting exam day improvisation. Your first move must be equally specific. UPSC is difficult, but difficulty is not mystery. The official rules define entry. The papers define demand. Diagnostics define your gap. A control system defines the work. Repeated evidence decides whether to continue, change or stop. Do not end this video by searching for another strategy video. End it by opening the workbook and doing task 1.